Chairman of the SLA committee. So welcome to October's SLA1 meeting. Here you go, Susan. Okay, so I'm going to introduce the other members of the committee. We have Anthony Long, from the firm, Susan Wittenberg, Lois Rakoff, Dr. Sherry Smith. So what we'll do is I will call up the applicants again. I'll be taking the applications out of order. When I call up the applicants, come up here, make sure the microphone is on, speak into the microphone, present your application. Then we'll go to the committee for any questions. Once we're done with the committee, I will go to the public. If you fill out a speaker card, then if you haven't filled out a speaker card before compelled to speak, you're welcome to speak. Just raise your hand or come on up and fill out the speaker card afterwards. The public will speak and there will be no back and forth. Once we've heard from everybody from the public on an application, the applicants will come back and address anything that was raised. And I think that's it. I asked everybody to not do the back and forth, everybody to speak respectfully, everybody please use the microphone. And I think that's it. Then the contents of the agenda up here. Is anybody here for Talum LLC at 183 Grand? And is anybody here from Tech Squared at 801 Broadway? Okay, so for those two applications, they were on our agenda. We've received more materials. Another one is here for them. So I will adjourn, I guess. But I'll ask again at the end of the meeting. The first application is 450 West Broadway LLC and Lowder-Tascarella Hospitality LLC. Doing business is Principe and 450 West Broadway. And I don't think it might have to be turned on. I would use this. I would even yeah. Hello? Yeah, that's okay. Good evening, Zelensky, Zelensky. And it just isn't that loud. Do you know how to turn that up at all? Do you know how to turn up the volume on that at all or not? Okay, then just leave it. Just it's okay. No, basically. All right. Okay. Zelensky. This is 450 West Broadway LLC. They do business as Principe, which is a restaurant on West Broadway. Currently, they have hours of operation. This is a change in method of operation. They have hours of operation currently of midnight through the week. That's Sunday through Thursday, and 1 a.m. on the weekends, which is Friday and Saturday. We're also allowed to have private events, which have 2 a month is the average. And private events are allowed to have live music and recorded background music. All requested change in method of operation deal with the hours and also music at private events. We're looking for 1 hour additional every day during the week except for Sunday. So our requested hours of operation are Monday through Thursday, 1 a.m. currently at midnight. Friday and Saturday, 2 a.m. only at 1 a.m. and we're keeping Sunday at midnight. There's a trend in the event. People are coming in at 10:30 for reservations. They're staying on the room instead of going somewhere else in the neighborhood. So you have a drink at the restaurant. That's the purpose of it. If we can get a little bit later hours, we're not even going to advertise those later hours on the website or anything. Our hours are pretty much staying the same, public facing. The second request is concerning private events. We are allowed to have an average of 2 private events a month in our cellar. We are allowed to have the live music and the recorded background music. We've had customers who are coming in for these private events who are asking for the ability to use a DJ. We'd like to be able to offer that to them at the same background level that we're currently doing the live music and the recorded background music. Again, it would just be for the private events, which are in the cellar, and an average of 2 a month. That's it. Okay, so you'd still go through the same speaker system, no outside speakers, no nothing for the DJ.
They don't have DJ equipment right now, so they would have to add something in.
But it would still go through the
And we have to through the same system. So we also, this is got very visibility. Thank you guys for hearing us. And our first attempt is to make a DJ plug into our system. But just surrounding a DJ booth, as you see here, like a speaker, there's usually one of the, it's not like we're adding concert equipment, it's just the DJ booth and then the accessory they might need.
Stuff. That's what I'm.
They're not surround sound speakers. This is just our existing system with accessories that they bring in just to do the plug the accessories into our existing system.
Okay. Does anybody from the public have any questions?
All right, so hello. I just want to clarify. So we're looking for visual going for private events, right? And how frequently do you expect to be private events? Well, it's very seasonal. We don't expect an average 2 to 4 months, or it's really not that. We're going to get spread out.
Yes.
We allow an average of 2 per month, so we're okay. We allow 1 per year.
Thank you. Sorry, thanks for that. And the other thing I just want to say here, and that's our that's some things affects the outdoor space.
So outdoor space is staying at 11 o'clock.
Which is what it really is. Thank you. Outside, nothing about operations on the website changes. It's really to get that, that request that we want to fulfill, that we need to fulfill to sustain, to survive. And, it doesn't really have that often. 90% of everything stays really some.
So the advertised hours now are 12 and 1.
We'll keep our advertising. We'll keep our website the same.
I'm just asking, what does the website say now?
Absolutely. I think it's that's what it says on the website.
Then the other thing, I indicated the outdoor seating's in the property line. It says 5 tables. I don't know how you fit 5 tables. I'm just going to say the stipulation just says that the seating is in the property line, the services within the property line. And we're using those doors. That's what it said before. We're using those doors that are to the south. That's how you're serving people and services within the property line.
Correct.
Because with 5 tables in there, that's
Everything we're rating,
right.
I think they use the better word.
Yeah. So I'm just adding something in there that just says it's the services within the property line.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm acting on those.
Right. And so I obviously the stipulate you're not going to advertise a lot of hours, but you're going to stick with what we have 12 hours on.
So we're not sure I was there on the website right now.
I just looked at the website, I can't find any hours on it at all.
You have to change it on the website. If there aren't hours now, it'll just stay like that.
Yeah. We're not totally keeping it to we don't want
I apologize. It's 12 hours on the website. It says Monday to Tuesday to 9 p.m. Wednesday to Saturday to 10 p.m. So we're a restaurant. We're not a.
So-
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what they're saying, they're going to stipulate to the fact that that's what they keep saying. Because the extra hours are not for people coming in.
The hours,
I think we're trying to do this. We're trying to keep it.
we can talk about this in business, but yeah.
Yes.
People buying Apple TV for longer, and that's the trend we noticed. To soften that on, Jamie went very strong.
Well, that's Michael. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, though.
I think Mark. Yeah. Sure. Let's talk about the private parties downstairs in the cellar. First, how many guests do you think you might talk to the next? Let me just say one thing. Yes, I have a question.
Sure.
Now, there's a tendency to push people in over the limit that we're supposed to have. Are you going to
There's no grants for anything right now. Most of the private events, a lot of people have me if I'm wrong, cocktail hours followed by a seated dinner service. And then during the holiday season, there's usually some corporate events. It's not putting people in.
It's 11 tables and 42 seats. Is that what you do? Is everything seated when you do the private events?
Trying to serve dinner down there and accommodate additional private event requests.
So you
I want to
don't,
bring it over.
you don't open up, you don't get rid of the tables and have standing. It's your private events are facilities.
We want to set it up and then, the legal occupancy of our space. That tables change a little bit for a private event. If you're asking what kind of them, the answer is no. You would never go above the legal occupancy of our space for lobby. And Rob told me before that the maximum that they really do down there is I think 75 or 80 people. It's a small space.
Okay, so when having a DJ goes down to quite a front. So
So what we mentioned before, the DJ equipment.
It's two microphones here for each one, but you have to use the microphone. So
I'll plug it this way. It's not, again, sort of, so it's plug and play. He didn't come in, they plug into our existing equipment. There's really not much of a breakdown or there's no stadium, people's getting in and out. That's not the goal of this. It's just for additional music that people want to bring in for their own events.
for the private event.
Yes. It's currently the hours for the private event are just an hour, so I can't imagine it having that much of an impact on the community. And they are mindful of, make sure that, if anybody's loading out at a certain hour, I don't think that anybody would be loading out at 2 a.m. Space and trying to have it, needs to be allowed.
Thank you.
anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This microphone seems better if you wish to put on here.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Thanks. No, does anybody look like a public on this? Okay, the next application is going to be ready. Soho, 69 West Broadway. This is, on this special. Is somebody here on that application? Yeah, okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, just look at, we got a whole vote.
Good evening, members. My name is Miznon Spring. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak here and represent Mulberry Soho LLC. I apologize, my client was unable to attend. And I understand, however, I do have authorization to negotiate and act on behalf of the client in the event it's necessary. However, I would like to say this hopefully will be not a regret is that this license was allowed to expire in February. Why? It's because they were having an investor come in, and that investor had a small interest, as you imagine. Mulberry is a French macaron, producer, and they do for breakfast and lunch primarily, frankly. They have some cocktail like champagne type of events, what have you, but they don't offer dinner anymore. Now, so anyway, so I had an investor come in, that investor owns a very small portion of a French alcohol manufacturer. And that prohibited this individual then from having interest in this retail license here in America. It's called a tied house problem. Somewhat legislation was passed and signed by the government to exempt this particular property and only this particular property from the tied house laws, so that that individual could then be on the partner. So now, essentially, everyone is reapplying for the same exact license that they held. I do want to make this kind of one distinction there. And that is that the hours of operation included here were midnight. If you look at the stipulations for in the previous license, hours were Friday and Saturday midnight, and then Sunday through Thursday, 11 p.m. And we're not looking to change anything from the stipulations before. And I did the conversation, I said, well, we really and it would just allow the event that they did want to have some sort of ask something that they can do. But really, as I said, for the breakfast, lunch, French macarons, and during opera dinner service.
And so what hours they're looking for midnight at 1? Is that what you said?
The same hours that are on the stipulation for the fire license, but that would be midnight Friday and Saturday, and 11 Sunday through Thursday. Again, those are the same ones, but so nothing's really changing. In other words, not what's different here, but rather what currently exists. Well, so I think the difference is that there was 12 o'clock that was put here, and there is no, if I'm not mistaken, there is no breakdown between.
What's on the application is 12 a.m. 7 days.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, 11. So if you're okay with 12, then 12's fine across the board too, but I think the stipulations, for sake of continuity, the stipulations before was Sunday to Thursday was 11. And I just wanted to point that out.
Thursday was
11 p.m. Closure.
and that's not exactly what I meant, but
I just wanted to point it out so that you, yeah. Right. So let me just stop out because on the agenda about proceeding, we're all asking for the outdoor garden to be open tonight every night. I'm assuming that reverts to correct. So saying that on the 11 and 12, the same hours each.
right.
Is that what you think?
Yes. So have the whole garden. There are a few questions I have on this application.
Sure.
What first of all, have you filed already with the local authority?
No, this application has not been filed.
Okay, so the set of materials that are required to and it's different from what's.
So this application has been filed. It was just done because the governor literally just signed the legislation last week.
So it has been filed.
So it just became law. This does look like it has been filed because I read that the law has changed. We can submit the application with the 30-day notice.
I know.
The SLA doesn't do anything. And it's really amazing.
For 30 days and then they do something in the time. Getting to us, it's well in on us.
Yeah, of course. And we didn't do anything without.
But once it's in there, it doesn't, we can't stop it. It's in there, it's moving forward. So if.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, once it's in, we're juggling a 30-day timetable here to have our full board meeting and a recommendation to the local authority. So once those 30 days from put in what they notice, not when you file your application. It's a done deal.
I would never, ever advise a client to proceed, and accept a license without,
Right.
just approval from.
Can't run tell them not to move forward with it because they will be moving forward with it. So
Well, conditional approval items will be
to this. So currently, I'd like to discuss the outdoor because I think that from what I saw in your sound system, there are speakers out there. System is amplified, which would drive core and crown SMD 1500 amplifier connected to 9 position speakers and an iPad player. So that sounds to me like there's speakers outside.
Okay, so that is certainly an inconsistency with the other part of the application that says that there is no usage outside.
So I would suggest that there will be a stipulation that we would expect to be adhered to that says that there are no speakers outside. Okay, there is no music outside.
Okay, I mean, I don't know if you have access to the previous stipulations.
From 2013, says have background music on, close backyard space, and private at 11 for private parties, no smoking, and it's of course our doors are 10. It was something that said no speakers, so I'm just not having bonuses. No DJs, no live music.
Just like to continue the operation that we had under that prior stipulation. I don't believe we would certainly correct me if I'm wrong. If
It's a backyard, that's what it said.
Yeah.
okay, so that we would certainly stipulate to go back.
And then the other thing that I would look at is placing that rear yard.
Okay. So that would be a little different from the variance.
That would be different.
Are you willing then, just out of curiosity, any complaints?
Yes, a whole lot of things. There's a ton of
Recommendations that the license, this is the subject of extensive discussions here and laundry list of issues, not complying stipulations. Music in the rear yard on a regular basis. I mean, you don't even have a valid certificate of occupancy as they expired in 2017. The occupancy in the rear yard is over what's allowed.
Well, I mean, I'm certainly, fellow of the big time and stuff, checking down, if that's the case, right? Well, that's why we. So this is 1,000% contradictory to my understanding.
All you have to do is go on our website and do the estimate solutions, and it's all right there. It's started out in 2018, 2013, 2016.
So I suspect.
That's how they got called up for the renewals because there were so many complaints about it.
Okay, so this thing, it's not that that's an excuse,
Right.
but. Because that could be one reason why we do in fact start serving dinner.
But I'm just going to say for me personally, I'm not speaking for the committee, but
Yeah.
to open with a bunch of alcohol until 12 o'clock at night and not be serving dinner sounds more disruptive to everything than actually having people seated eating dinner.
10 o'clock is fine. I mean, they obviously have to serve food because.
No, I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
But it's not dinner. It's not like it's seated patrons outside having dinner. It's parties and people drinking. So. Did you want to say something? Okay. Where is the service bar? That was the other question. It is? Right.
So I believe service bar. It's like, it's in the top left.
Oh, I'm sorry, a regular bar, but then again, on the liquor license application, it said there was a service bar, so I'm just curious where that is.
I wonder if that's a barista station.
That's. I was just wondering if there was a area we're serving to that's not.
Well.
On, yeah. On the SLA application, it says,
So there will be a service bar.
there'll be a service bus. I was just curious where that was because that usually implies there's service somewhere that it's not the bar. And then, it also says that there's 110 tables. I'm sure it says 110 tables. 243 occupancy, so there's a lot of standing room.
Well, if you look at there certainly is some standing room. I think the best way to like to get an idea of some of these photos that
This is in the floor plan, it says 95 seated and 200 standing, so that it just changes. If the tables aren't there and it's not, then just seated people, it goes from 167 seated patrons to 295 standing patrons, which is a huge difference. I'm raising all of this based on what you're not aware of that we have in our past resolutions, which is all the complaints that we've had about the noise. So having dinner, not having people having occupancy, all things.
I think the 200 maximum standing in the 95 seated, so that is essentially, what it would look like if you did remove of the seating. Does that during private events, will be requested 5 or 6 per year.
Is that how much? That was one of my notes. It's a rule, again, I mean, you can't have this, the sound is just ricocheting off every building. I mean, it's one of the loudest spots in the area.
I certainly would be amenable to 10 o'clock outdoor. Over.
Okay.
You have the CLO for the rear building?
I would have to get that for you. CLO that was
in charge of the front building.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I would have to, because we're seeing that's fine.
I mean, the maximum occupancy for the lower area was 124, which was significantly under what your materials have in front of them. And just to go back to 2013, the reason that this was approved was for exactly the reasons that you're stating. It's some fine, French place that has a long reputation, therefore you should trust everything we're saying. And there wasn't. And it was a huge problem. And the manager and the operations folks were not interested in resolving this. We had to have significant at-length meetings here, the engagement of the local police precinct, and they still weren't willing to make these changes. They rented out for large events in the rear yard, fashion shows, there was music during the day, on the weekends, at night. I mean, it was just over and over again. And there were speakers outside, there weren't supposed to be any.
Well, there's certainly, and it doesn't sound like there's any changes because right in your application, these things that you've presented to us. Then you're telling us that they're different, but they're not in the paperwork that we have in front of us. The paperwork is completely on the outdoor speakers. It does say that there isn't. Why it says garden speakers, I don't know, but it does also only say indoor. So it's at the very least, but in our experience, it matches the existing setup and what we've been told over the years exists in the yard. But we can, well, in the stipulations, as previously, we said no speakers outside, no music outside, and we would certainly stipulate all the rules and all for years. So are they still not? And you're just the representative. You won't even have anybody representing the company who will be on the ground in charge of it. So, I mean, obviously, you can see there's significant concern. If we don't want to repeat the issues that have been ongoing here. Understood. Are they still not following the rules, or is this a 2020? They didn't in the beginning. Right, but they don't invoke the rule correctly in stipulations, and you're saying you want to operate the exact same way. So, I mean, how can we solve it with the correct value? We just ask for our stipulated crew. You don't know either. But I'm wondering if there are allegations, though. It's my understanding there are speakers outside. So just wondering if those offenders. It was understanding that. The speakers outside and stipulated that they would not become they haven't penalized now. You're telling me the speakers will be really that's fine. I would like some having something looking for that fact. But that has happened. But then right. I'm not afraid of you, but it's going to be possible that you're trying to get with you. So they look at this situation like that. Stuff I'm speaking outside your face, the biggest one. I'm not sure what you understood about. I mean, there's still those with the rules, and I'm see those having my letters, but you know, do the rules of watching others in place on the side. Sorry, I don't know, right? But you know, this paperwork is all pictures that were raised. And years ago, when the prices was sprung, and the scoff law situation we have is that people have not acted on any of them. They have not obeyed the stipulations, and now you're looking for something. It's troubling to me. If you fail to all of that has been corrected, those messages being elected, I'm delighted to hear that. I cannot really go forward. But I'm going to no offense to you, been really brief on the situation by the mind. I was absolutely an affidavit signed by an officer of the company stipulating all the things that they're supposed to do. And the penalty merger.
No, that's what stipulation that. That's what that stipulation form that has to be notarized, just so that say that's what we have. So, you know, let me just do one thing. I just want to see, is Caesar, are you still here? By chance? Okay, because there was someone here from the public, which is why I called you up early. He's only no.
What's that? And so we want to go to the site and see if there's speakers. Do you want to go to the site and see if there's speakers in the yard and come back? Okay. So I will.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Is that it? Or is there anything else? That's right. It's not.
Thank you. Okay. So it's not a layup, we'll be back tonight. I'm not laying this over, we'll be back tonight, yeah. Yeah. Okay, sounds good, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yes. I will need that.
See if that works. Right. Good.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go, and then I'll call you back up again.
Yep.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, the next application is going to be. Thanks. You want to speak on this? Yeah. Okay, okay, go ahead and speak. Sorry, I missed that. So it's on. It just had, yeah, is it on?
Yeah.
Oh, that one. No, that's.
Hello, hello? Oh, this one works. So this one is working, right? Better. Oh, great. Well, thanks so much. I'll be brief. The assistant manager of Mulberry reached out to our neighborhood organization and asked us to write a letter of support. So we queried our members and we didn't get any letters of support. So that is the fundamental basis of my testimony, which is there were a couple of people who said it's very so I'm not here opposing it. I'm here to say we're not supporting it. So that is what is the science. That's what neighbors said. Yeah. And they kindly reached out, which I appreciated, but I didn't even get back to them because I couldn't, rally people to be enthusiastic about it. Personally, I like having a place with a garden that isn't a road shut. I'd like them to stay. But I'm really glad you're pushing for early closing hours, and I hope to get that. I mean, obviously, we'll decide. I hope to decide that. Thanks very much. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll be back. Yep. Hi. Okay, the next application is Binks 39 Christopher Street LLC, doing business as Binks. This is a new on-premise production. Whatever you're ready. Yeah, I just got it. Dr. Johnson. This is a full liquor license for 39 Christopher Street. That was previously licensed since 2019. Liquor for liquor license. The owners already in the community. We were here for 2 years ago. We were approved by the committee. There's a brewing wine license there. Some basics, hours of operation, 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday to Thursday, 12 p.m. to Wednesday, Friday and Saturday. Inside's relatively small, 8 tables with 34 seats. There's 4 seats at a small bar, and there's a 3 window counter seats. Projected outside is 3 tables with 6 seats. In terms of outreach, we started outreach when something noticed, and we was able to meet with the West Broadway Residents Associates last week on site. Unfortunately, we have the seal of approval and agreed to all the things that they wanted. There was a discrepancy of the hours. They wanted midnight. We would graciously respectfully requested 1 a.m. when they agreed to that. This fact is here this evening. I believe the other members of the also in this capacity. So we'd like to address any questions the committee might have. We also has another establishment in Jersey City, which is the restaurant. We supplied some information on that. We put up some signatures, substantive signatures from the building. There was 13 residents that signed these petitions. So we'd like to address any questions if you have that. Thank you. Excuse me, could you print outs of the application? Yes, I do. See what the cafe is good. It's not just.
She has a question. Look at architecture, it'd be great.
Is it the same as what you sent in? Yes. Okay. Oh, what is that?
Oh, well.
Somebody from the committee, let's see, okay, so the windows, will the windows remain fixed? It says that there's going to be operable windows, but I believe.
Yeah, but just stay fixed as per the request.
Okay, just use the microphone. Okay, and then live DJ, that's off the table. Live DJ, okay, so it's just background music. Inside. Okay, fixed windows, and then you put something in for sidewalk seating. It looks like 2 tables and 4 chairs. I'm going to ask if you'd be willing to close that at 10 o'clock.
You know, is that what the committee puts for the 11?
I mean, you have to discuss it. Trying to do is ask at 10 o'clock, maybe 11 o'clock Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, we're fine with that.
Okay, and let me just see what everybody is. What the committee says, and so I'm just gonna say. For that, you'll have to apply to DOT, and then you have to go to the I see you have the input class. I'm just gonna say we need to have some service island there. They're not saying 3 foot. We've got to have that perimeter defined and something. I don't know if you'll be able to have that once you do that. So the stipulations would read something as you'll be following the rules if you're allowed, and we'll be closing at 10 or 11. No service will happen from the end. That perimeter, the father. Okay.
That section table.
That's gonna. Is it a 10-foot clear path? I'm sure. So it's a 10-foot clear path and not an 8-foot clear path. So I don't know. Let's have to just see what. Okay. All right. So I'll go everybody from the committee. Go to the public. Yep. Okay. Okay. Let's start. Restaurant choices that laid out the terms that we had discussed with Ron. He was very good about listening to what we had in mind, what our concerns were, and we agreed to these. If anybody hasn't seen it, I brought additional copies of what was in here. About the outside, we looked around outside and thought that they don't qualify for much, but we didn't actually have that argument about it. We figured it would go before the outdoor guy, and then we worked out exactly what would be possible on a pretty narrow sidewalk in front of a bus stop and a bike lane. But everything else is laid out here, and if they agree with this issues, West Broadway residents supports this application. Are you at the hours? The outside hours of 10 and 11? Yes. Okay. Yes, we are. Just for the community, so what residents laid out was, there are now fixed windows, they will be fixed and unoperable. The closing times will be midnight from Sunday to Thursday, running on Friday and Saturday. There will be no video at this location, renting from, and then the other rooftop equipment will be insulated and professionally installed in time so as to minimize noise and vibration to buildings tenants. And then what Leslie just said about the sidewalk, because originally in the application, I think that 4 tables and 8 seats, but and then she finally went to Rowan, that is current location, flower on West 11th Street, had seats on the curbside of the sidewalk in front of a residential doorway. We asked him to remove that seating, and we did so. For which we thank him. Okay. Thanks, Leslie.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else from the committee have anything? Oh, thanks so much. All right, thanks a lot. Thanks for meeting with everybody ahead of time and doing that outreach. These for Monterey. Okay, the next application is going to be Cafe Yaya LLC, 137 Thompson. This is a tavern line for previously unlicensed location. I'm sorry, it's Cafe Yaya, 137 Thompson. Okay. Just give us 1 second, let's just see. Is there anything that's new on here, the signatures?
These are signatures, yes. Michael Kelly representing.
Yes. Thank you, Credit. Go ahead, Mike.
I can explain. Michael Kelly representing the applicant. Tara Abalone is the owner.
Just make sure, Mike, you got to speak right next to the microphone.
This is a tavern application for Cafe Yaya LLC located at 137 Thompson Street, South Store between Clinton and West Houston. The applicant is opening up a small cafe serving salads, sandwiches, and desserts. Although the applicant believes at least 90% or 95% will be food sales, the addition of wine and beer will help the bottom line, let customers order if they want, and helps the employees earn more tips. The applicant will be hiring experienced workers that are ready for the industry. She will also be taking a tips class. The premises was previously a real estate COVID testing business. Strange combination. Prior to that, it was a nail salon. It has been rented for rent a few years. There's nobody renting the place. We'll have 9 tables, 18 seats, and a service bar. The entire premise is approximately 900 square feet. The hours of operation will be 450?
Yeah.
450 square feet, sorry. It got small.
What is it? How many square feet?
The hours of operation will be 11. 7 days a week. There'll be bathrooms. There's no outdoor seating, no TVs. We will bring 17 signatures, 14 from our block, 2 from our building, and 1 from the police at St. Anthony's. So any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Okay, so let's see. It said soundproofing, is it? You need to put them up to the microphone. Sorry. Yeah, the architect told me that because the floor that you got it, just, I'm sorry. The architect told me that the floor is, so it's kind of constantly the sound, and plus we need to check and how
She's going to have.
yeah, very. Okay. Speak to the neighbors who are right upstairs. Have you talked with them? True. But that's not out clear. Okay. We're going to go to the public so everybody's hearing this chance to speak. Okay, and then is there a wall between the pepper? Is the pepper? Yeah, well, no, it's kind of open, but there's gonna sound is gonna be. It's because the bathroom is back there. It needs to be separated, and that's what I'm trying to check.
It's sort of primarily separated, so nobody can walk back there, which would be a house department violation. Okay, I talked to the architect beforehand to how many of that.
Okay. I think that's it for my questions. Does anybody have any questions? I'm not doing something.
Right, so my question is, the 9 o'clock closing time, is that really keeping into business? Is this a situation going to be here for coming back soon and asking for later one? Okay, so that's the business model, it's in the 9 o'clock, okay. I talked to her about that when she told me 9 o'clock. I said, did you want to stay open later? Maybe in the future, because you want to do that now, otherwise you have to come back. She said, no, 9 o'clock. Okay, I mean, I'll be candid, the reason I'm asking is, this is a block without any restaurants, like a real holdout against the tide, you know, and a preservation of the old village, you know, retail things. And this is going to be the first restaurant. And we're just concerned that it not be like 9 o'clock now and then 1 year she'll be back looking for midnight hours. Like, it would slip away from 9 o'clock forever. Thank you.
Okay, like that. Such spaces and everything, but you know, what to follow up on what Cormac was saying, and our is that it means you have a week set. Maybe be open until 9, but last week's you know, you hear them, they're coming in wanting to stay open until 3, which is essentially the rent. So the night 1 week staying there. Yes.
She did look at other places, and then the rents were 35% more.
So maybe we could just anything.
Because it's been empty, probably never been licensed or something. She looked at places that were licensed, where the rents were much higher.
I guess my last question, what was your experience doing this student background? Like she needs my I worked for I heard about. I worked for as a chef for a cafe for a year. Then my mom has a restaurant back in the country, and I kind of worked with her like for a year as well. And yeah, that's it.
I also suggested that she take 6 classes where she knows about alcohol, and she said she'd be hiring people that have experience. It is a small place.
Okay, let me go to the public. I have 2 people from the public, if you just want to come up, and also just for efficiency sake, I have Thomas Gallo, Joseph McNaughton, James McCarthy, Mr. McDoo, and if there's anybody I missed, okay, did you fill out a speaker card? This, you need to fill out one. Why don't you fill out one of those and hand it to me right there? Yeah. Okay, so see if you can find it. What was your name again?
137.
Okay. Okay. Come on up while we're with it.
Yeah.
You say, go ahead.
Second point which you brought, first off, there was no original whatsoever, especially if we tried to use something last year. Well, before the rain, they started the rest of the application, so these people were so selfish on this level. Only for the fact that I walked a different way, I saw at 4 o'clock, I saw this bastard filling a lamp post and saying reading the snow. So thanks to the guys down here. One 7 times. I can tell you surely that the situation, virtually that one is not.
Okay.
Moving through this last year on the basis of the prices we stand a bit more. And so I'm very concerned about sanitation and arouse, you know. This thing concerns me, I'm looking much less for this. I can tell you. If you're speaking to the Saturday, it doesn't come up. very, very concerned about how water is not. I went to this once and how we the whole thing is going to be affected. So this is sad. I feel we should take a respect to square one. I'm very concerned about these people that supposedly customer survey, people business. The rest is very concerned about the there's very scuffle and very concerned about also, I used to live in those ones, they say it's on it. Your time, there's a start, so I'm sure it's going to be, it's going to be mature. Very, very late. It is going to the school institution, the school nature is so that's a good job. Let's go for that. So I noticed online in the application, submit to block stipulating Just enough. We're very concerned about ventilation in this kind of place. A lot of us went there last year to look at the place. And I'm shocked at what's traditional.
Thank you. South Village neighbors. Again, to our organizations and all is this simply that it's the space and the space issue is very significant because of the schedule to testify. But we need to address it before licenses tonight, and that's actually very unusual in the sign of the flag. We're very concerned about the current status of the outdoor dining program, and if there'll be a future application for outdoor seating. This particular sign has a very small footprint of 400 feet. There are smaller ones about for outdoor dining sheds. Outdoor dining sheds, and we would love to find what connects that into one block where we don't have a food service place because we have them everywhere now. So thank you for that, and thank you, Cody. Okay, next up.
My name is Joe Moranti. I live at 140 Thompson Street, directly across the street from the establishment. Thank you for having us testify tonight. At the very least, we will ask that this be deferred. The neighborhood does not know about it. There was no notice posted on the building as of 6 o'clock tonight. As some of the board members might remember, last year there was a major outcry when the liquor license was proposed for this establishment for this building. So if the neighborhood knows about it, you will be hearing no objections. Secondly, we're concerned if the landlord told the applicant about the outcry of last year, and if the landlord did not explain the problem, I think that is a defect and really doesn't reflect good on the ethics of the landlord. If the landlord did tell the applicant and we did no outreach, that doesn't reflect well on the applicant to be a responsible good neighbor. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Richard Mellon. You have to come and speak into the microphone.
My name is Richard Mellon. Just want to talk to my second most of the other comments are not. I probably actually mind the restaurants, but I don't think this is the right place, and I live right. I do not see those. Many of them down. And I don't think I was someone is preventing us from trying to speak on this. I just think we should be going about the right way. I've had problems on the second floor. I have is not something I'm particularly excited about. You know, that was the first time there's a restaurant. I would like to make sure that all the plans are appropriate to help prevent that from being an issue. And I'll just second everything and everyone else said. Thank you.
I'm Gary Giardina. I'm the superintendent of St. Street. I've been there for 40 years. It was a bit old fashioned to have a block in New York City that is not occupied by a restaurant or multiple restaurants or places of business where there's a lot of noise. But that block around the corner is a history of being a private block and a refuge, if you will, from the hustle and bustle of New York City. There has never been a restaurant in that or any kind of eating establishment. I was very surprised to see that when was proposed once again, just not even a year since the local community was in unanimous opposition to the previous application, which was surprisingly turned down by. So I'm surprised to see it come before us at all. I'm very disappointed that there wasn't any kind of outreach, none whatsoever, to the community. I cannot imagine how the proprietor proposes to make a profit in the place without ultimately expanding to liquor and the dining sheds that have become too. When what is a difficult street as every street in New York is to keep it clean. So what has been already said about how we go at the very least a link to revisit this at some later. And this application just thank you very much.
Thank you.
Blue Thomas Scholar, who lives on Mulberry Street.
Take you to the microphone, please.
So, sir,
Speak loud, yeah.
Thomas Scholar, on Mulberry Thompson Street, thanks for the opportunity to speak. Not to waste your time, sorry, you said I was going to make one. We talked about the extra school, whether the school location is a disqualifier. The school is a fact of life. It's a major kids, it's a gymnasium, kids are coming. Basketball games, shouting, screaming, very a lot of members on the problem kids. They're outside. So when you consider the school, keep in mind that it's an active community. It's not young children going and sitting in the kindergarten class. It's kind of high school kids, kind of active, rowdy, having a good time, which is just kind of set the scene on that. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here from the public on this application? Okay. You want
Yeah. So this is a sandwich shop. If somebody wants
to the microphone down and make sure.
So what she's opening is a sandwich shop. somebody might want a glass of wine or beer with their sandwich, salad, that's what they're gonna be doing. Nobody's coming from the party, nobody's coming from uptown on the Upper East Side to come down and get a sandwich. We'll be basically serving the neighborhood. We don't know about the numbers in the building, but as you know, it's a community good place. We don't. Landlord didn't inform her of any problems that happened before. And about the rats, yeah, we found a lot of rats in the place that were exterminated. And she would hope to keep it that way because not only was the problem in health, but around, of course, you feel like you're having something to eat does not very well for business. We would stipulate never apply for sidewalk, side seating. She has no interest in that. We would stipulate to never apply for a full liquor license. She has no interest in that. So the 200-foot, it's a wine license, so it doesn't apply. And the place is almost finished, so whether she gets a wine and beer license or not, she's still going to open, and she hopes the neighborhood welcomes her.
Yeah, right. Something that occurred to me, and I think some of the public members spoke to it, is a sandwich shop, right? Generates daily trash and of a different character than some of the retailer in the block. I don't know if it's like a retail.
Yeah, I'm planning because they told me for restaurant should book someone to come and pick up the trash. So I'm gonna contact them and they're gonna come and pick up the trash like 2 weeks. But yeah, there's not gonna.
Yeah, so I think the question you want to get to. So whether that night, because you put it in the night, you can put it out. I want to like working to do that. Because if you live on the block and this block has no restaurants or anything around, the only block is shop. There's a significant increase in values on that block, what they're used to. So you don't want to try to see if you can get with some of the other ones that we talk on the block, if that's a possibility, or everything, or talk to them. They'd like it. Thank you.
Anybody else have anything, guys? Yeah. Okay. What's the school that's school? I'm just curious how you kids come to the after school sandwiches or sandwiches to school food, but particularly after school and I want to participate in an educated online of kids waiting to come to sandwiches. So that if there's legal activities play until 7 p.m. and so on. So the congestion the obstruction, sidewalk obstruction. I don't think it's I'm targeting this kind of like, I'm not targeting school and I want kids to come to my place. It's not the place where yeah, I'm sure. Okay. Yeah, they could come. That's not the concept. Like I don't think that there's going to have kids. Sandwiches. Yeah, they can have sandwiches, but I don't think that this is going to happen. A lot of kids like this is like the this is about like the food. It's thank you. And I'm a very kind person. I've done my connected, you know, something I so go, because not your budget.
If you look at, the type of sandwiches, I don't think they really attract kids as they would more than adults.
Right.
Yeah, during the day?
Yeah, during the day. Like, they're not trying to. Just like, I guess, so that was quite the one thing I would, it's not even for the money they can, it's just to, so I'm not trying to get. I mean, the only thing I would just turn around and say, because I go to my little regular sandwich shop. And it's not with kids, but I'm just saying, they, at lunchtime, there are a bunch of, we're all there getting our sandwiches, so just have in the back of your mind, if you, should this move forward, if you popular, what you're gonna do, so there's not lines on the sidewalk, people can call and order, you cover in 10 minutes, whatever, and just, have some plan in your head, or, or something like that. Okay, anybody else have anything? Okay, I think we're good, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask,
Yeah. But is that for us or for them? And just, I'll let you do this right now, but just so everybody knows, we don't do, not speak with them, we're done. So I'll let you do this one time now that I've said it.
Thank you very much. I'm concerned because I recall now that at last year's, when we visited this site.
Yeah.
There was then anyway, no facilities except a little toilet in the back. Right. So the question came up about how hygiene and sanitation in a place of food preparation was going to be maintained. And I'm wondering if any changes have been made since we have not been privy to seeing this site or even knowing about this site in advance of its opening, intended opening. The changes that we made to provide for the necessary hygiene and sanitation. Thank you.
We have a bathroom that will be.
I think what they're concerned about is not just the kitchen sink, I think the food prep sink, that kind of thing.
Actually, the bathroom has its own sink. It's for people using the bathroom. The kitchen will have its own hand sink. The sink has to be within 25 feet of where the prep is. And we try to go to the bathroom sink. The police can use the bathroom sink. Wash their hands. They use the bathroom sink when they're in the bathroom.
We have to see.
Got it. Did you have anything?
No, I was just looking at two sinks showing the prep area. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're done with this one. Soho, are you back? Come on up. Let's just finish that one. So they speak. We have one person from the public that wants to speak, so why don't I let her speak first? Wait 1 second. Can I just ask you, the conversations, can we take them to the back, please, or outside? Thank you. Okay.
Hi, my name is Lowder. It's a 35-year-old resident in Soho West. Roger was a great asset, and it was a great asset to the community. The road is wonderful, asset to die for both of friends. But one of the things is that you're out by since they opened. It's got a little black, doing perfect. I was there this afternoon for lunch. The speakers are there. This is going to sound good. I really wish that they would set the standard now. To take the speakers out of the garden. Because speakers are doing so since just I pass by, trying to do them so if they don't have speakers in the rear yard, if you could get them to stick to that.
Yeah, and then our call is 10 o'clock. And does that kind of solve the? Right, I think I think that's right. Because such a wow. Okay. And as they understanding, everybody does the same thing. Because the folks on the road is going to say, well, they have music outside, so we're playing music outside. This is going to be the environment. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to
Just state your name again.
Samsung. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So I've got some good news and bad news. So good news is they were actually closed. I pushed the door and they're like, yeah, you got to hear we're closed. And I said, no, I got to check something out. Bad news. There are speakers in the outside. And they said, oh no. What's up, guys? What are you doing? So I had a conversation. I got on the phone with one of their vice presidents. I let him know how unhappy I was. I let him know how unhappy we were. He said, in his French accent, you know, look, some music or recorded background even would be really helpful. I said, look, I can try, but that was like hours, like if you call at 7, just like that. Absolutely.
This is why we like the principals here, so they can hear this from the public, and so that.
Well, I told them, yeah.
Really insist on having people here.
Yeah.
And so it's themselves a disservice by not being here because it doesn't build a relationship with the community. But the old stipulations said no music, they're not supposed to have music. It's been the nightmare if anybody got there. You've heard the few people that have heard speak say it's been lovely aside from the nightmare of that. Yeah. And nobody, once there's a speaker in there, it's not.
I understood. Understood. Okay. Yeah.
And closing at 10.
Yes.
Okay. No music.
No music.
I mean,
Music outdoors and look, I mean, this is. Pretty bad.
well, I get that, but I'm just.
Impressed upon them that, look, this is, you know,
that seem to frequent the establishment and they know how to make complaints to the SLA, and I'm sure they will be doing that.
Yeah.
There's music back there.
Yeah. They do have a really nice place there. They're not,
No, they got it. Does anybody from Cody have anything else? Could we? And no smoking in the room, but that's a state. That's a wrong state law anyway, but that's.
yeah, no smoking on licensed premises, right? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, the next application is 150 Sullivan. Food Inc. doing business is Let's Talk Soho at 150 Sullivan Street. This is a restaurant wine application. Just give me 1 second. Okay, go ahead. State your name. Okay, please state your name. Okay, and the applicant.
Yes.
And yeah,
Anthony Blanco.
and
I did the previous license for 3 clubs.
okay, but we're not representing.
No, not this one, 107 Thompson. So, yeah, the number 7 Thompson.
Right, but okay, so one tradition,
Right, across the street.
that's what we're here.
Correct.
That was 3 of cups.
Now, you all 3 clubs, that's
Right,
correct.
so and you
I did the previous license,
for 3 of cups.
3 cups, and I assisted him in the current license also.
of this establishment, 150 Sullivan Street.
Yes.
So you're his representative. Okay. Okay, so go through the application with me. If you have any copies of the application. Okay, please bring them up there. Everybody's. How many people need one? This we can move this along. Two? I don't need one, thank you. Okay, so go ahead and tell us about the application.
The request of the,
Okay,
the hours of operation.
From 8 a.m. to 11.
Okay.
okay. And it's a restaurant? Okay. There's 8 tables, one thing says 8 tables and 30 seats. 14 tables and 30 seats and one with 8 seats. And then it says other seats 32, what is that? It says other seats on the questionnaire. And then it says 32 sitting tables. With 32 tables outside.
Just 32 tables.
This is,
32 seats, maybe.
when you look at the questionnaire with me, let's go through what's here. This is 150 Sullivan Street in case anybody is confused.
Seats altogether inside. It's indoor 32 seats.
Okay, so it's, and so the diagram we have says 3 of cups. Are you using the same seating arrangement that they had? Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's eight tables. That's where I got that from. So I have 8 tables and 30 seats. And one 8 seats, I believe, food counter with 4 seats.
Yes.
Okay, and there's one entrance. Okay, I'm just going to say that this questionnaire is not accurate to anything that's on here. I mean, it doesn't have the right number of seats. It says there's 2 entrances. It says there's 3 exits. And it's not my job to fill out. What is it the committee's job? So I'm just saying to you that it said 3 of cups on the diagrams. It has caused great confusion to this committee and to the public and to everybody in the committee office when trying to figure this out. So you've already applied for the license and you have a temporary license. Okay. So this is how this is working. And previous operator had no outdoor seating. the stipulations that the liquor authority put on the previous operator was that they have no service of alcohol outside.
But didn't say they wanted.
So they've been serving alcohol outside. There's alcohol being served outside right now.
It's a question. The wanting to serve alcohol outside.
We don't serve alcohol outside, don't we?
Well, that's what I have according to photographs that were taken today. Today. So this is a problem. This location is a problem. We denied this application when it first came to us. And the no service of alcohol outside. They couldn't control that seating outside. But there's no service of alcohol out there. Have you applied to the dining program?
Actually,
We have not applied yet. Has an application been made?
is the application for outdoor seating been done?
We're in the process right now,
So it has not yet been filed.
not yet.
So that outdoor dining shed is not yours and it should be gone.
It's gonna be done when we're.
No, it should be down now and people will make a complaint about this because you cannot inherit outdoor dining sheds. It's not yours to have. It is the previous applicants. They don't sell them. They don't transfer them.
We just got the place, I understand, and we learn every day. The law and the rules. So we're working with it in order to take.
So here's one of the things with my rules. You're missing. So what you have to take it down, maybe. It's okay, we'll do it.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the service of alcohol. You say that they're not serving alcohol outside. I saw it myself. There was pictures that we received that corroborated that the same person I saw drinking outside. There's more than one out there. So what's happening? You told us it's not happening. But you just told us it wasn't happening. So
I didn't know about it. So who runs your premises? If somebody saw it, I'm aware of it now.
and I don't know about who runs your premises every day.
I have a manager who's there, but I guess you need to I understand today they went to a showing looking for some food issues, and I guess somebody did it. But I'm gonna make sure nobody said out there loud there.
Now you're gonna make sure.
Well, who's in charge then?
So
Who's in charge?
I was in charge.
she's the manager.
So what's the issue?
Hi, guys. Hi, sorry for. I'm in charge. Let me explain something.
Give me one favor.
Fernanda Calfa, representing Fernanda Calfa, I'm from Brazil. I'm sorry if my English is not perfect. We brought to the place from 3 cups, and by the law, by the shed, let's go outside. Beginning of August, we have to arrive, but we bought the place September, beginning of September, and we didn't know we need to apply. Then we knew we need to apply for the shed outside, because it's overdue. And then we tried to figure out how we can apply for the outside dinner and change like the law. We starting the business and we got the license for the temporary wine line. We knew that we can't serve only wine and beer, and then 1 week ago. Honestly, I'm gonna be very honest. We didn't know in the shed. We couldn't serve alcohol. He didn't know that also, because 3 cups always serve alcohol, and when we got the place, they said to us that food served alcohol outside. I took the responsibility because we didn't know, honestly. And we took the place because we love the area. We moved from Brazil 15 years ago. My brother is Principe Street, Talum, and we like the place because we want to make the place like a neighborhood place. We don't want to make fancy parties. We don't want to make how do you say this? Dark place. We want to make our customers today is from the neighborhood. We are the women that today make 77 years old, and we are so happy to learn this kind of atmosphere we want there. And we're learning a lot of things about the industry. I'm a fashion photographer, and my daughter came from Europe to be our chef. But honestly, we didn't know that we cannot serve alcohol outside. He didn't know it because he barely comes. He is our investor, like this, and me and my daughter take care of the place. But if you cannot serve, we are not serving anymore because the previous owner didn't let us know that we cannot serve there.
Thanks. I have just a couple of questions. One is I just want to follow up on something you said. So it's a deadline, so share should go away.
Yes, we were that we need to run away, but we didn't know we needed to apply beginning of August. And this week, my daughter and her boyfriend that she has a consulting restaurant, and they're checking about this, and you saw that the date it was beginning of August. But we came over to of Cups in the beginning of September, and they didn't let us. And then you're trying to figure out how we can get the permit for her.
Understand, but the main thing is that you realize that you didn't make it. And I understand that you're looking for ways to remediate that, but you shouldn't be using it for, you should be using it.
How do they know to cannot use it? I know that we need to destroy and make with the plastic like the CD ones.
Once you get it,
Yes, but we cannot use it for that.
then you can't serve liquor unless it's also licensed or. Yeah. No, so I mean, just to understand the context, so most places are licensed by SLA. The reason that one is not is because SLA wasn't comfortable with licensing because the community really don't back that out or shut down. But the previous owner decided to put that anyway. So if you want to be able to put people, you might think about just not having outdoor seating in that roadway at all. I just want to put that out there for you.
Previous owner and serving products now. That's the used to do it.
Right, so that's where the issue, but
Yes.
I think about outdoor seating right now going forward. If you sort of plan to maintain that, it should have been up. I guess. Seating.
We're gonna apply for the other one, but if the law don't allow us to sell drink outside, you're not do it. Because as I said, I want to make the place like a neighborhood. I want everybody that and this place. I don't know about if you can apply or live outside or not. We have that with the new shed, we need to put the extra one. Even though we cannot use drink outside, so because I cannot do it. I think I don't think what Cormac was saying. What Cormac was saying is the and I speak on this. Not right the way that shed. Whether it's the new structure, the old structure, outside seating, this is a residential area, this is a non-conforming scan scale. So it's the seating. Let me just finish. There is prior to COVID, prior to the temporary COVID, was not allowed to be outdoor seating
in the residential, on this residential block. It was not permitted. There was no sidewalk in place. So that's was COVID. During that COVID, and then everybody was allowed to proceed outside. And now they changed the law that yes, they struck it, you can have it. That doesn't neighbors in this residential block are happy about it, like it, so. I'm sure they will speak to that, but if not to be in the place, I think what Cormac's point was that the neighbors being elected cops can do it, and they're very upset about that, about the diamond structure, and that is what we're going to Sullivan, they could not serve specifically, was a big there at the meeting, they specifically told them that they could not have alcohol service outside. They could not tell them that they had to get rid of the shed because the shed was the city's program, but they could tell them that they could not have alcohol outside, and that's what they told them. They were going to disobey that, they were going to complaints filed and everything else, but it's not okay. The also supposed to take at midnight. I'm sorry, so cheap because you didn't have it. So so before you're going off, it would be technically, legally, it's supposed to come down. It's not your shed. You can't keep it. You can't keep it. It's not your shed. It's not for November. It needs to come down.
And we just start emptying the place.
Right.
And
Well,
doing a lot of things to bring it out and make it to event.
but it's better. The shed is not where it's going to have. The shed needs to come down no matter what you put on the other side. Right. But that's about the liquor, and really apology because 3 o'clock didn't take this. No, we know that. It's okay. I'm just, and we had a lot of problems staying with that place. But I'm going to make a about this whole process. I'm looking at the application. You said breakfast, lunch, dinner. In the application, you had what is your concept? A lot of it said about you did not know, but it has included that in this packet, and it's not here. Okay. What is your concept? What is the concept of the business? The concept is very wealthy. We change the name. Then the very wealthy concept, like you want to fresh, not anything cook, something like a soup. You're gonna have more healthy, more fish. Like a great place, but not as a great place, but something about vegetables. We're talking, we went with my chef, we went to the we went to food fair, exactly what it's prepared, like cheeseboard, but something more light, healthy, orange, fresh orange juice. We're gonna change all the conception from the restaurant because these we don't have the menu yet in the application. And what is your user experience in running a restaurant? Sorry, can you talk about your experience in running a restaurant? My experience is, as I said, I'm a fashion photographer, but during COVID, I ran the Bryant Park restaurant in the Winter Village for 4 years. And I ran the Eagles, I ran the sanitation staff. Everything was impeccable because I learned about how clean it need to be, especially when you work on food. And because I have my daughter has a company that consulting restaurant, and she's a chef. We invite her to live because she lives in London and do her Qatar for 15 years. Then she came to New York to run the restaurant with me. And she's here, the chef. Okay, she can explain better the concept of what would be the menu, we don't have it, so. The applicant is this gentleman here, is the one responding this. She is managing the place, if I'm understanding this correctly, and she is the chef. If you could write down your name, I would appreciate it, just, because you sent, okay. Now, let me go ahead and look at the public, let's go to the public. On this first, so whoever is here from the public on this one, about making the deal. Steve, so we step away and let them. Say something just when you yeah. No, speak into the microphone, please. So, as soon as my daughter make the menu, I think she's already did, I can send you the menu. But the problem is that we're going to buy about the application of the decision on this application. It's okay. It's a little bit. It's the menu now. So, I just have very lots of questions. It's really hard to have found the absence of information. My first question is whether the applicant is aware that there's still an unlicensed and surrendered lease space on the private operator of the establishment. That would be my first question. Second question would be, if this is an information question for you. So, are they willing to disclose the nature of the litigation between themselves and the private operator? And if so, could we hear that in this testimony, or are they just silence because of the way the courts work? The third question is, I haven't been able to find the license, the temporary license online. That doesn't exist. It exists. Okay, great. Thank you. I was curious about that. And my other questions pertain to both spoke about the way the shed. I will say without question that we will fully to shed at this location, absolutely and unequivocally unable as opposed to that, and we have no wish to the world. And when application items that are not very similar to the cipher application, which led to the confusion in the email that I sent out, it says that there was an operation of 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. That's a very bad residential. So thank you very much. Thank you. Who's next? I'm Michelle Landers, and I've lived on the block for about 20 years. I am to this license and opposed to the outside dining shed. They have been operating serving alcohol. I sent you guys the photos. I am wondering of their business, and I'm wondering every other place on the block is open a lot less. So it's street. I just set on the street. Somebody's outside, it's ricochet off the walls and they go up. And just like to just say I'll wholeheartedly oppose this. Thank you.
And I appreciate you're talking more specifics and like to see it's empty and closing. I just want to their application, if you're to say basically looking for it's not a one, just I want to make sure people know that.
I did notice that, but I also know they seem to be unaware of the business of the running. So I just wonder if 11 a.m.
Thank you. I wasn't nominating him for the awards, so he noticed that their website says that they close at 10. So
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. It's good. It's certainly did you know that the bathroom issue you have to go outside and into a different way, but I'm not sure if that's part of the building. Down to a basement to use the toilet. It's not in the it's not in the issue. So that's something that's kind of it's set up. It's been going to now. I see that. Okay, well, that's a place to come up. I don't think stop about the lack of information or even reports of the telling me the microphone. I'm sorry. I think we're shocked about the lack of knowledge. So council tells them the rules and regulations. It's really cops to tell them the truth because okay, so we've got a problem with the outdoor sheds, and we can explain what this is. Issues with sheds and all that. It's really a problem. And I think question can throw the flames out there. The building is a school. We were backed up right to a school. So it's really sidewalk. So just like so a lot of questions were answered in the discussion. When just fed up with this location, I'd like to be sure request the shed could you please give it because it doesn't seem that we're so what you're saying that we're going to take it down. Thank you very much.
Yeah, if I should because I'm not familiar with the space. Explain the bathroom. And show the back.
It's okay. Maybe they put them in, but that's the staff and and this was part of this. It's very, very old. It's part of that computer. So when it was so yeah, like that. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak on this? From the public? Just before yeah.
Driving the back. I know in the bedroom, so to go downstairs to the bedroom, we have a bedroom upstairs and we have a bedroom downstairs. As far as the opening, we start serving food and wine at 11 o'clock. People are there cleaning. So we're not serving. And with the ladies speaking about people talking, not necessarily in my place. People really on my there. They're not sitting out there definitely after 11 o'clock at night.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. If I do have a microphone.
You wouldn't say. I know that it's so hot the windows, like that, not going to be like a swimming window. Yes, I'm willing to live that way.
We're not doing anything on that. Everything say this, so I'm glad to hear it. Yeah.
Okay, just going back to the question there, it was so the sidewalk seating.
Whatever you do, that's what we do, because we use the outside city, so just, allow.
The 30-day notice didn't say the roadbed seating. The 30-day notice only said sidewalk. It did not say sidewalk and roadbed. You put it into the.
If we can allow the sidewalk filling in the 11 hours, we do it, if not, we have.
What if the neighbors don't want you to do it? Do you care? Yes, the neighbors, the people that is in the neighborhood that you want to go to your restaurant, do you care?
I put in the neighborhood for a little while. Every states of sidewalk sitting with on it, I can understand that if it affects somebody, I can understand too. But the very beauty of the restaurant on a nice weather is to sit outside.
So we didn't supply us with any information outside. So the kids will have to come back to this with service of alcohol outside, and that's what the stipulations would say.
Again, I'm not applying at the moment, right? Now we're not doing it.
Since
Yeah, right.
not big. Sure, right. I just want to make sure it's clear because it seems to be a lot that's not clear. Basically, the application to the application to the included the sidewalk seating, so we don't have that information, but that's what you put to them.
Okay.
So. Okay, is there anybody else that has some? Okay. The garbage, yes, sorry, so by the roadbed, there's a container that has garbage in it, what's happening with that? There's a large container on the side of the roadbed that is with the garbage, I guess, is stored.
We got it in the church, I understand that, so that has to be removed from them.
Yeah.
I don't say it.
When that's what everybody wants to hear.
I would say so, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't. Okay, all right, so that's it on that information. So the next application, having experience 107 Thompson Street. Beyond that. We have applications on this one. There's no information about it. Okay, so let me just start this out by asking if we apply for
This is basically breakfast coffee shop, breakfast coffee shop with limited seating and yeah, it would be open from 7 to 11 p.m.
So it's a coffee shop. With 9 seats. And that's 11 at night. I'm just going to say again, what we have in front of us is a question that's simply something information, but the information that is there is not qualified, it's just not talking about it. So it's nice to have accurate information because we evaluate what's in front of us, not what's sent to us. It was 9 seats. So. On this one, where is the bathroom?
Bathrooms on, main floor.
We're down there. Okay, so it says, shows it back there, okay. And. Okay. And do we have a menu of any kind or what's?
They officially taken over November first, so they haven't.
So we're gonna be serving breakfast, lunch and dinner?
Yes, well, dinner in the sense that.
Look at the tavern, like,
Dinner. No, like, nothing per se that. It's not a full service restaurant.
so Tricia, do we have somebody who's operating?
Right now, it's.
Is there a plan for a manager? Is there a plan for a chef? Who's the investor? So who's running this?
There'll be a chef there.
Do we have anybody? It's just renting the space.
My friend's daughter, she's gonna take care of the menu, she's gonna take care of the food, the sandwiches.
Same plan that was just here. So she was opening two places. One parliamentary and one or two license location. I just want to be very clear on this. So she has not run another place before. Both of which are open the same hours, 8 to 11. She's going between the two places. I assume within 2 blocks. Doing this, this. The restaurant, the restaurant.
I can manage 2 places. With the right help, I can manage.
Go ahead.
Susan.
The place that's there now, the drug, people sit outside all over the place there on the sidewalk and what's gonna happen with that?
We're not sitting on the sidewalk, it's outside sitting. I know,
Sitting on the sidewalk, because I go there, it's a coffee shop.
I'm saying we're sitting in the street.
Sit on the sidewalk too, I'm telling you as a customer,
I don't know. Don't know, I know there's a back around the thing, but so I'm.
this table's on the sidewalk too,
I went.
but maybe you should check. Okay.
I'll be the honor. Not sure when the picture was taken, so I don't know. But I'm going to be there on November. November, that's a Saturday.
How many photos of clothes and pictures? Okay. All right. Is there anything else we need?
On your application, you check off yes. For TV, explain how many
Show.
I have about 11 or 12 seats anywhere.
11 or 12.
So I has to come down because
means television set.
television.
Just check it off. Yes.
I don't know, maybe it's expensive. I'm not going to rent a whole TV.
Fill out this application.
I believe we'll go out to bed.
On your application, so.
Outside. I want you to get a sense of what if.
Future, we understand the city arrives, express that's the real plans. If they're gonna allow us, we do it, not now. Like say sitting in the seat like the city is planning. If they're gonna allow us, we do it. If not, we don't.
So that you should put a
Get a fire hydrant in front of your business. This is about 10 feet. If there's a fire hydrant in the city, will not allow. That's what I'm just saying. You have to be usually investigate these issues before they take over space. I don't know why we're just pointing out to you what's here.
I'm going to try to say something. I'm going to be able to invest money to make things better. I'm not looking to have headaches. I'm 70 years old. I'm not looking for headaches. I like to create stuff. So if the city allows, I do it not. I'm not. As plain as it is, the same with the alcohol. If they're not allowed, I'm not going to break the law.
Nevertheless, you can back on to the public. We will make the public hearing on this. The doctor.
Would I be able to talk something?
She wanted to remember the menu.
It's okay. Not the menu. I just wanted to say that
My name is Stephanie and
I'm his daughter.
I just wanted to for to understand the background. I come from the hospitality industry and I work in the hospitality industry for 15 years. I was working with Michelin star chefs on the cast for the Savoie all over the world. I've been traveling for the past 15 years. I'm a professional and I opened my own company 2 years ago. And all we do is consult for the hospitality industry and for the food and beverage industry. We do a full turnkey solution of restaurants from A to Z, from the branded conceptualization up to implementation, training, to HACCP courses, and to everything for health and safety for every single restaurant. We've opened 17 restaurants in the past 7 years more, and all over the world, in London, in Qatar. Toolrma, Toorma. You can learn our website, toorma.com. And we have a sister company also, it's an architecture firm. And all we do is open and operate restaurants to ensure that the client, and I'm doing this as a consultant, as a client and part of their team, to ensure that everything is being met, every single regulation is being met. My mother is American. She has been living here for the past 15 years. I love the city to death. I am obsessed with New York City and I completely appreciate the neighborhood because I also live in the neighborhood. And I can understand what neighbors feel because I also feel the same. We're not going to back to the neighborhood at all. We're going to just add to the neighborhood. What I was trying to explain, and maybe because her English is not perfect, but what she managed to explain is that I myself, because I'm not a business chef, I also have autoimmune disease, so I treated and cured myself through food. And that's why I went into this industry. And this new concept, the whole idea of it is to be a concept focused on health. So the menu that it just been printed on the first to show us from the stock, for example, it's still focus on that. Health and wellness, understand the coffee shop as well. We're going to implement the location. So drinks that are health and wellness based for the coffee shop and for the restaurant. So everything is very, very thought through. We're not here to disturb, as my mom said, we're not here to be a bar, a loud bar. We're just here to add to the neighborhood.
Hi. If you look at consulting, you should say, well, why is it so what's going on?
So my consultation comes from everything that is in the hospitality industry in terms of food and restaurant operations, right? In New York City, the laws are different from everywhere else in the world, right? So I work in restaurants all over the world and I adapt to the laws of every single city and every single regulation. In the States, this is the first one.
So I have a team of experts that are checking regulations all over. In New York City, we're building that team. So of course, there are space for mistakes. There is human error that happens, but we are willing to fix everything that was done that was not done correct for one or another. If we misunderstood something, if we misunderstood the regulation, we're not ashamed of it. It can happen. So we're ready to fix it. That's not a problem. We're 100% open to fix and to follow the rules. We're not here to break the rules. I'm sorry? No rules. We are learning rules, and that's why we're here to plead that. We're learning the rules, and mistakes can happen, and we will fix them. I understand that. I appreciate that, and I'm very ready to learn what is that the community wants, because we want to abide to those rules. Absolutely, and it's a learning curve, and yeah, we'll do that. The community loves the coffee shop over there now. I'm just wondering why you think that, regardless of what their own desires, you can. Okay, so we love that coffee shop too. I get my coffee there, aside from having the restaurant here, because I love the staff there, and I think it brings the community together. We want to keep doing what we're doing. We want to keep running how they're running. What I'm going to add to it is that I'm going to bring this healthy touch. So, for example, let's say there's like nowadays, like, there's so many kind of like medicinal coffee mushrooms that like all over the US they have it, and all of these like healthy drinks, all of these cold pressed drinks. I was like, we got it. It's the healthy class that they love it. We've got a bunch more applications, so let's go to the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go away, because we're going to go to the public and then we'll just come back maybe. So we're at the Hunter, making the day, Owen Augustine. Hi, I'm Yanko the apartment at Jim Thompson. And I think it's 2002. I talked to us about it. I want to say it's 2002. And my daughter is but I just suppose that in my sheds, and specifically was any more alcohol of any type on Thompson Street. The traffic is ridiculous. I know. Pedestrians cannot pass. I don't know what the states where these people put up website tires. My experience has been doesn't matter. They stay out. Their staff stays there. They're in the streets. They party online. They smoke. They vape. They leave their crap on the street. And I don't think it's appropriate that more alcohol in your area. And I really like to keep enforcement on rules. And you know, I've called him 13 years. When he placed the they show up. Nothing changes. The noise continues. So I obviously opposed to this. But I did go to a drug drop today, which was the coffee tea shop, and I counted students against a In the back, a section where they have two small chairs, and that was it. It was exactly the same layout. The coffee, have the years and years. And so nothing has changed in anything. In addition, the shed that is there now, actually, the tenants at the edge of the Peter Howard store, which is 7 times instead of all the way to the Tesco floor shop. Yeah. It's extremely. So, thank you very much. I'm so glad I'm actually for something. Thank you. I this one from the city. So you have to know about many concerns and many questions again. What's the business plan? I think because already covered that. Right now, the existing shed is massive and that is why a coffee shop can support it. I'm not even sure now seat if this were to be wrong, would be able to support the rent in this neighborhood. The shed, the future shed, if there were to be one, which we certainly hope they would not be, would be frontage of the storefront itself, just the small, tiny formal storefront. So I don't know how it works as a business model. I'm not a restaurateur, so I can't say, but it does seem concerning deeply. So finally, of course, as you know, as I've said earlier, my primary concern is not having storefronts doing to taverns and bars. We're very concerned. This is another case like that. And everyone makes a coffee shop, and it's a shame that we won't do that. That's a really sad thing. I hope we're going to do a coffee shop. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going now. Yeah, thank you. So I'm just here to again, just said exactly, and it would be for all of us. I think the people so completely prepared to just say, coming back with the application, coming back with the valuation, progressive and accomplishing for. So just do it. Thanks. Okay, come on back.
I just want to add, I came to the neighborhood. And the neighborhood was better. I'm going to follow the and I'm going to follow the. That's the only thing I think that you want to do better than that. That's all I have to say.
I'm just not sure what you're applying for here. So if you can tell us, that would be great. There's everything is confidential. There's no other information. There's nothing in writing that is clear. I'll tell you. It was a speech for me. It's a funny business. So what I'm interested in. I took a family business. I invested inside the restaurant over $100,000. I keep 11 employees on the payroll in order for them to have a job. I believe in what I'm doing, and I know it better. It just takes time. I learn the business, and I make sure to make money with them. But these lines are really, and I don't put big service to get the time and I'll do it. That's almost like I've taken over the business. I'm so nervous that you haven't taken over the business. Yeah. I'm not even knowing about. What I'm saying is that you're not with the regulations. You don't even have how to capitalize on any outdoor of this business, which is significant here. operation is a huge outdoor movement. The regulations, it's difficult for us to understand how this is going to be an application submitted to us is that you're operating this whole it's a coffee shop that doesn't particularly fit together with the concept that you're selling. You're telling us you're just going to figure out stuff. So I'm still not clear what it is that you're actually applying for.
To figure out the business, I'm a businessman, I know what to do. The regulation change every day and we learn every day. Something is new. I have to follow it. And I will follow it. And there's I'm going to make regulations that have changed in the last few days. The legislation outside city, it changed 2 times in the last year.
No, they've been put into place the regulations that have been passed by New York City Council.
I understand. I learned gradually. For me to remove it, so they will not solve
The application at 107 Latin Street. I'm just, it's not clear to me. Provided a questionnaire and we've asked that it be completed, and the sure thing it's not completed, it's not really clear what it is. And say it's an application for a coffee shop, a lot of the information is left. There's 9 stools. There's not lot. You're going to live until 1 a.m. from 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. I mean,
the serving business is always it takes longer to close it. There's cleaning, there's dishes, so it's always open. But serving till 11 o'clock. Sorry?
but the information that we have is until 1 a.m. That's not until 11.
The place is open till 1 a.m., but the serving is done by 11. It takes a couple of hours to clean every night. That's all I'm saying. It's to serve at 1 o'clock in the morning. You said that.
Sure, most coffee shops close significantly earlier. Most coffee shops close much earlier than that.
But we asked for the wine as red so we can be open to the better to produce more income for the place. The land is so high, so we integrate it.
This is exactly what your neighbors who are supposed to be trying to serve don't want is more people outside, and especially in a coffee shop. They're conservative. You know, with 9 seats, you're telling us you're coming up, you're telling us you're coming there to improve the neighborhood, which I don't know that it's approval, and from to 7 and it's happening, but I think that's not what they got. So I realize it's what you want and what you think they make. We're coming up with maybe for many years, and that is not what they think we're doing. That out.
I let you be the judge.
They haven't been mutually put us together. They come to us. They make them place and do something, and before they apply for their legal license with the legal.
I'm going to say it again. I'm going to have my business.
No, we did that. We can treat them the same thing. That guaranteed by every person that comes in. Nobody comes in there and tells us they're going to open a wine bar and thing. They all come in there and tell us they're going to run a successful business. And most of them who do that actually have a business plan of some sort in front of us. I mean, I know the office spend hours with you trying to get information on this, and we still don't have the information. So I think like hearing from us is our frustration because we need to evaluate what we're doing and we're not going to budget that makes sense.
The application can be redone.
This one across the street, they're moving while we got their license. I will not weigh in on this application tonight because as far as I know, he's already filed that one. And if we don't do this, we have no opportunity to weigh in on it. So getting something tomorrow or maybe was tonight. It's a bunch of time. I wanted to spend my personal time going through here and looking up all this information that I found with myself. So that I would know the information, but it's not my job to look and see what this is in, or what it is, or go back to see how many seats are there, or anything like that. It's not my job to do. That's the applicant's job to do. So, sending this to me, sending this to me tomorrow, I put this here tonight to weigh in on this. We cannot weigh in on it tomorrow. We are not calling a special meeting tomorrow for this. We are going to be discussing it tonight at our business session. Yes. It's done. It's just, it might have been a good idea to get an attorney to help you guys. Okay, so. The next one is going to be the Mulberry. Before the Mulberry, Tavern. Change the method of operation, and use closing hours for 4 a.m. at a DJ, add security, entertainment, music. Go ahead.
Joseph, we're here for the Mulberry LLC, located at 240 Mulberry Street. I have with me the principals in the application behind me. This is a cocktail lounge that's been around and operational for a little over 18 months now. Currently operating over 2 a.m. hours across the board. Method of operation is going to remain consistent. Just a couple of changes they'd like to make. They would like to extend their operating hours. Originally, this space hadn't been licensed for about 15 plus years before they got into the space. With a 4 a.m. license, they didn't think they needed it when they originally applied. They were happy with 2 a.m. They're finding now that 2 a.m. they still have a pretty full house of people. They have some people would like to do events, like to come in a little bit later, and they'd like the flexibility to do that. We don't intend to work until 4 a.m. 7 days a week all the time. But as you've heard a million times, we would like to have some flexibility on some nights to be able to afford those groups an opportunity to be in the space. There's security being added and it's changed the method of operation. This was something that when they first got started operating, they found there to be a need for security because this is a quiet block, and they found that people were congregating outside, which they did not want. So they brought a good person in to ensure that people keep moving along, don't make noise, don't live. They use an online reservation system to make sure that people don't queue up outside to try to keep it as quiet as can be. So they want to security is one of those things we need to come back here and talk to you about. So we're putting it in here now to make sure that it's handled. Generally, when it's in operation, you'll find in the package for you letters of support from people who live directly upstairs. You'll find letters of support from people who live next door and across the street. You'll find a letter from NYPD lieutenant who works with them on a number of things, who says they've been extremely cooperative. They've been a very good neighbor. They've been helpful. At the outset, it's worth noting when they opened about 18 months ago, they did have an issue with some vibration from music downstairs. This is a subterranean space, by the way, with a retail store directly above, which they'll actually rent. They took that space to ensure that they could do soundproofing not only in the downstairs space, but in the retail space to ensure that residents upstairs would not have an issue. There was a small issue when they first got started. They worked with that resident, they worked through those issues, and they haven't had any problems since. So I want to challenge that they've been conscientious, good neighbors, and again, just looking to add a couple of things to their method of operation to continue more or less the way it's gone. It's worth noting that the teacher is requesting that we're not talking about this being a nightclub. It's still very much keeping with that ambient maybe a little higher than ambient at certain times, not pure background music, but certainly not nightclub style music. It's more new music. They want people to talk to me inside. They want it to be more of an experience where people can interact with each other as opposed to a nightclub. There's no dance floor here. It's not that kind of place. The capacity is about 60. No speakers.
Yeah, for the people in the back, can you just take us outside? Thank you.
There's absolutely no outdoor space here at all. There is a garden, but that rear garden attaches to the retail store, not to the licensed premise. The retail store, which is rented out, sometimes they will do an event that will spill into the backyard, not late, but this is not them. This is the retail first floor tenant, which is not part of the licensed premise. We know some of these issues. A lot of them came from a neighbor of theirs, which I think a lot of people on the block know, including them, and don't appreciate a lot of the things that they do in terms of trash and noise and things like that. But again, not attributable to them. That's why we see a letter in there from the gentleman at the NYPD that they work with to make sure that they are operating as well as can be.
This film has been that someone concept with pops. Well, it's been was that top on the pillow? Yes, when you put that top, that's at night.
He works for the NYPD. He doesn't work for us. He's not. It's just a gentleman that we interact with a neighborhood coordination officer. Is the actual opinion of the New York City Police Department? I have no idea. This was so the last detective was removed from his position when he stepped into the social bus. Detective Sonny Kim was the last name. But I mean, obviously, this lieutenant's not familiar with your stipulations, right? Because it says here that he visits from juniors all the time. So he's not familiar with the stipulations, right? So just to be clear about that, it's someone who's working playlists and stuff. This is not an active, again, DJ in the trailrunners and have one that you use all the time. It's not regular. I mean, we just Google it, and it comes up in all the reviews, magazine articles. And I mean, it just seems to me like the police officer is not actually familiar with his job because he's conducting inspections and he doesn't have your stipulations. And the NYPD is able to enforce their stipulations. Again, with the music down and not at the loud entertainment level, I think there's a feeling of there's kind of DJs and there's DJs, and someone who's manipulating the music, but not at a loud entertainment level. It's more just ambient than music curation. So again, we're trying to use this opportunity to make sure that we are compliant with things. I think the thought was DJs being the grander sense of them was not something we were interested in doing. This is just someone who's curating the music and it's not at a level.
Started doing it right at the beginning. You said you were going to have a DJ and you came to us.
I can't speak to that operationally other than, again, with the background as opposed to louder. I think the thought was it wasn't a DJ in the traditional sense that it was going to be entertainment level nightclub kind of thing.
We don't really.
Use the microphone, please. Okay, don't state your, so we know that you want to take yourself.
We did start with as the crowd became in, one kind of direction, it wasn't kind of feeding the vibe of the room, so we had to have set curate playlists in real time. So if we got busier and then we got more exciting music, just move with the mood basically. So we have timing that the handheld speakers, not the loudness, but the clarity. It's very clear, slow sound all the way throughout this. We wouldn't be adding any sentinel sound system or speakers to the venue.
Okay. I think it's 13 tables and 49 seats and what there's 6 seats, so there's 55,
54.
54.
Yeah.
And then, and the certificate of occupancy is for 69,
Yeah.
but then on the events it advertises they can do for buyouts for 80. That's what it says on our website. So I'm just wondering how that works.
Yeah.
Such a-
We let that through as a flow, so we say we're at 60, but if they want, 80, it's got to be a flow, we have to cover them now, so 60 in a one time, but on a full evening, because if it's they're renting it from 6 till 2, they definitely never stay all night, so it's transition.
So I'm just gonna go back to the actual. So it started with the initial application.
Correct.
Right? And then you put that down at the very beginning. Before we talk about a conversation about it.
Correct.
So it would mean something to everybody as a the public interest are giving you that license. So here we are a year later. Basically,
3 years from the community board date, but
right? So that's out the window. That's the public interest of which was that. It was like so in third place, it's from out of press, and then the conversation, but that's it, want people out whoever the talk and it's just gonna stay low, so we didn't talk and everything else, but then you have a DJ, so it's kind of like chilling, that does not sound like kind of the I think my sense of it was an intimate so that when we go and sit down and really talk to each other.
so it still very much is that.
Yes.
It's still very much, even though there's a DJ, they're again not playing it at stadium levels, they're playing it at a level where people can still talk and can still interact with one another, and it's still that intimate place.
So, okay, but the question here now, what you're asking for is entertainment by music. And that's not conversational music, that's entertainment, even if it's not casting out.
Yeah, we check both because at
Right.
times it will be background and occasionally it could go to entertainment if there's an event or something like that.
Or the further 5, I would send the further share into the 5. If it's a Friday night vibe, then it might be entertainment. So which is a grand concert that we were told. For the interest on this. I'm just putting out what I seeing how much is really surprised when I do this. I got back to the transcript that was said about initial meeting because it seems to undo some of the major concerns that everybody, but major concerns, not the minor concerns, the major concerns about time.
Totally.
So that you could get the license.
Totally appreciate that, but 18 months in, we don't have complaints, we don't have issues, we have support from tons of people who live in the building, next door to the building, across the street from the building. We would not have that support if this were not a clean operation that didn't negatively impact people in the neighborhood. So I think the idea is that we wanted to make sure we started this out the right way and we had a control of the concept and we fit into the neighborhood, we fit into the community, and they've done that. And now as the business is 18 months in, they're seeing areas where they'd like to expand the business and they seem to be okay. And we've done outreach, we've been out there, we've talked to people, and I don't think there's anyone here to speak against us. We've got a lot of people that support us.
Talk a little bit about your customers. Like what kind of customers is really?
It's an older crowd, really, it's, I would say it's between 40 and 50. So so it's a lot of mainstream workers, a lot of every people, as well as a lot of some celebrities.
Would you call it a destination? Place?
I mean, it's It's the logos and the destination, you know. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
May I add the referral is because especially when it comes to Friday, Saturday, it was looking at a busy place and I was like, okay, everyone wants to go home now, which is, you know. Yeah, but to that point, I want to ask, which other things for the land, what's the thing about people leave the office, they go to Bijou, which is also in the street, or they go to Spring Lounge. So they go to Bijou and Spring Lounge, or whatever by this room, which is also which is where I am. So you know, I don't know where what's going on. I'm not facing where they are, but you know, Spring Lounge is on a street players, but yeah, it's just you know, really like that. This year it's probably south in the street and beyond the on school street where it's in the black place block. I don't think that's something. Yeah, I think one of the schools is right now. It's there is whether you found the evidence, I get that. But also Joe saying, you know, Ron troubles the operations like he wants. And I want to say this, I really appreciate that. I enjoy this. Like, for me, that's what I never expect from other applicants. So, you know, usually what, for me, I look at why we would change a finding of what the community interested with the way and license 18 months ago. It was what's the change in that 18 months in the context of the situation. And that's like with a lot of their data that interviews with the judge, it's like, we wanted to show that we could be trusted. I get that, but I don't see a contextual change, which is usually what I look for, which was selling for the fair. I just wanted to try to talk about why I'm asking this question. I would just say the other thing. You know, I think a lot of our patrons are not just who live here in the city, a lot of them are national patrons. I happen to also run a hotel. A lot of the patrons come from those hotels that come in different time zones. So a 2 a.m. closing time for them is, you know, 11 in very real time. So I think a lot of the times that we find our patrons that they want to actually stay as well a little bit longer, which is where the initial demand came in, but it didn't exist when we were looking at. I will add that the initial application, we expect to have that much container buffer, but we're actually allowing the community to sort of let us know that. Yeah. So that's kind of what we're following the lead of the community in that way.
What is the link?
Hi, just as little.
Because you're the one that wrote these letters.
What's that? I'm sorry.
You wrote these letters in the.
I'm not sure what kind of.
The standard letters that are signed by people?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're standard, you know, just fill in the blank letters.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any comments? Come on. Did you fill out a speaker card? Come on out. Did you fill out a speaker card? No. No. You fill one out when you're done. Why don't you take it down? Just take it off. I'll take it off. Okay. So, 240 Mulberry. Sure. So Campbell. And
240 Mulberry. What is that between, what streets is that between? I turn around, but I'm supposed to ask you. Vincent Spring. Vincent Spring. So this is a neighborhood of mostly, well, they've got more expensive. There's small apartments. There's older people. There are younger people, there are families. I don't know that this is a real idea to have something till 4 in the morning, which also comes with a lot of people coming and going and a lot of traffic. And it seems to be, I guess this is a new building. This is not a new building. And it takes up several floors. It's not, it takes a couple of things for this operation is downstairs, it's downstairs. Okay, it was supposed to be, it was supposed to be background music, and now it's entertainment level. It's kind of a jump. I think it's a really good fit for the neighborhood. Thank you. Is anybody here sitting here that will sign letters of support?
I don't think anybody's here, in person for Orange.
Yeah, I have a question. How many votes are there? 240.
There's like 3 of you.
How many votes?
I understand to say for sure. I think maybe there's between 12 and 16 probably.
So I'm looking through this. And that's this, but it seems to me that last people have signed at least 3 or 4 of these supports.
Yes, so as we mentioned, it's a very, so number of residents that have lived there for 30 and 40 years. Those are some of the residents that have signed these letters for us, which I think personally makes me feel happy that, people who have lived in this neighborhood for that long and have voted for that long are actually in support of us. They've seen places come and go. They've seen things come and go from the back and the in support of us, growing our business and because we're such good neighbors.
Okay, so why did you get these signatures? What's your process?
They're in the building as well. So for the past 18 months, we've gotten to know people that live in the building. We've become friendly with them and make sure that they know to come to us if there are any issues, and they're happy to touch our teams and make sure that we want to make sure that they're living a comfortable life.
Have a prevent this paper to sign.
As part of the outreach, to outreach.
Just sit up.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. So everyone that is in the building has the general manager's phone number, and if there's an issue, they can text her and we'll address that right away. And so I think as part of the outreach, she, let them know that we're interested in going to the building, and to them in the building, and for them to get there, but we can speak about that.
So there's about 20 I'm going to sideways.
Probably, yeah, absolutely. Yes, yeah. And I think management is very professional and very tight ship. I think, with Barbara was there before us, was actually there was space, there was the outside space, the upstairs space, and the downstairs. I had a 4 AM license. There was an Australian bar, and they were pretty wild from what I understand. So we were very contained in our one downstairs space. We soundproofed that, and we took the store upstairs as a retail. So friends of ours would be soundproofed those evenings as well. So we're very conscientious of the neighbors. So of all those places that you mentioned, you were supposed to close it to, just so you guys know, others were supposed to close it to when they came to us originally.
All these places are 2:00. They got since originally a long time ago. So these other places that you're going to are not supposed to be able to like. Your rock is also for lack of better word and after 9 times out of 10 when you walk down on that block. Your block is a mess. That block is a mess on Mulberry Street. I know people who live on that block. They hate living there now. And they say that, and they are caught because they are unregulated and they can't leave. And that's all the different situations from the speakers that we start off with at the store, east side of the street. What's that? No, the store. Which is really under. Which we've been big mama stepping down there, not going to do it. To across the street, which we have secret place. You know, if you represent them, the other guy is the problems as well. Showing place. Which we have issues there. Because we have radar, and 92, and these things are gigantic on this block. And that's the issue. It was just having more and extending the hours. And I think that to me, I understand what's compelling on Friday and Saturday nights and extending the hours, but it's not particularly compelling. And the other nights, and I just say that as a balancing point here. Me too. And so I was going to say that's the issue. It's compelling on the weekends, but I mean, the area was not a food later, no matter what anybody likes to take on a regular basis. I mean, if I may not always be the case, but there's certainly other places that fulfill that. It doesn't seem particularly compelling. Yeah, but I understand the weekend. That's a different situation, but that's yeah, and you beat me to it. That's the right idea. And the reality is, you're right about the issues on the block. I think the reason so many of the neighbors have embraced these guys is because they helped to clean up a lot of. Sorry, I think the reason that a lot of the neighbors who live immediately in this building and around it have embraced them so much is because they haven't seen that a bunch even for other people. Like they have an issue. I'm not going to name an operator, but there's another operator on the block that creates a huge problem for them with trash and God knows what else. And they've stepped in to fix that problem because they don't like it as their neighbor anyway. There's also a security issue. They've stepped in and provided security where someone else neglected to do that. So I think people on the block have embraced them because they're doing the thing and jumping in to try to help out where other places have fallen short. So about Turgeon Carter and I don't know what other people on the committee think, but I can understand that there's some expansion that is difficult to understand. And interestingly enough, that people thought they were always connected, but the amount of complaints that we've heard on this block, the blocks in our community, have been very substantial. And it's a show block, the issue, and adding into it is the concern. We will see what there's a lot of going forward as far as like the road, but no outdoor space here. Well, I understand what I'm just saying. The block as a whole, the seems like that, but But and it's hard because a lot of the places operate outside. It's late, it's loud, and there's all these issues. And I can't tell you, I know several people on that block, and they really don't like. I mean, and this is very New Yorkers, and they don't like their block anymore. That's that's a very hard and just rapid food and live in the building, like they're happy, obviously. But it is a big change, and so that's why for us it's difficult to. So I mean, I don't know what other people we talked about it. I'm sorry if you got here tonight, but like I said, the flexibility
to have those later hours on a night that makes sense is great and is ideal. Like if there was a balance to be struck here and it was just a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, something like that, then, you know, that would still work great for us.
Any more discuss?
Yeah. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, not Friday and Saturday, Thursday, Friday, I just want to discuss. Okay. Thank you for that. That's. Anybody else have anything? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next application is Miznon Because we get to the microphone when you get to it. So that's so many images. So that's good. Is there anything different? No. Okay. Yeah, so it's the front door.
So now, okay, for license, as you can see, it's a license to the letter and the instructor. I should mention that we took the 505 to go out the theater of the town. Any questions you may have? That's okay.
Go right ahead. Oh, we need the microphone.
Occasionally try to have, not like that, play that, put 2 or 3 pieces, play music as an accompaniment today. Take a lane,
In restaurant. Acoustic. Is that what said?
I didn't say acoustic.
I'm asking.
Have you thought about that? Jazz band. Check them, but they're saying without microphones, without things.
Brass, that's not what you mean, but in a sense.
Yeah, it's just straight. Yeah, it's just straight jazz band. I'm just on stage.
Stage.
It's in the back. Jazz night, Saturday night for us. We're playing 10 p.m. to 9 p.m. Yeah. So you're opening a monster venue. Okay, so we'll start there. It's a huge venue. You're combining 2 previous places, which closed much earlier. One only had beer and wine. I mean, the premises continues to have events on the roof. You have SLA rooms upstairs that have, you know, not full height partitions in them. You don't allow any food beverages in those rooms as part of the rooms in the hotel. There's some sitting areas that have been cited in DOB violations before as not being proper sitting areas. I don't understand why you're applying for a hotel license. This premises into a hotel.
Okay, so it's no longer going to have, I mean, it's going to be full height rooms.
Yes.
And how, without windows on those? Because I mean, the building's been cited for having full height partitions in the rooms. And I don't think that's legal on SLA.
So my understanding, we are applying for a new location. So we have to correct all those issues.
But I mean, when you say you're applying for a new C of O, I mean, that new C of O has been applied for 10 years ago. And
Again, this is an SLO. You can't create an SLO anymore. You haven't been able to create an SLO for decades under the New York City zoning regulations. I don't know if you still have any regulated tenants who live in the building?
Yes. I actually just took over in Justin, this past May. We're only welcoming guests, and we have 130 guests every night. Now to downstairs. We're making it guests because our guests are a little bit younger. Like social aspects like game nights and sugar's and all that. We're pretty much looking at the combination and downtown. So there's not a lot of cycle travelers living from Europe to so.
Okay, and it says on your website that you don't allow New York residents in the hotel.
Yes, correct. Because it's very much. You don't know the house service. Every time they expect a hotel. And we try to focus on budget solo travelers.
Okay, and so you don't allow any food or drink in the rooms, right?
No.
So why do you need to license the whole space?
It's just the downstairs.
And also you took this over when you were running it during the summer?
Yes.
Okay, so you're having illegal events on the rooftop, correct?
No, it's mostly for guests. It's just to relax.
Or you're having movie nights or on Eventbrite, you're marketing them.
Yeah, that's for the guests.
Okay, but you're not allowed to have anybody outside on your. And the building has been cited for that before.
Yeah, so I wasn't aware of that. We said 75 to occupancy, so we assume that we can have 7
It's not on your certificate of occupancy that you can have anybody up on the roof.
Okay.
I mean, this doesn't mesh yet.
It doesn't.
Mesh yet.
Okay, well, just going back a second to something you said, this was always 2 on-premises licenses. I know, because I did them.
I know, that's why. One of them was with Pearl and Ash.
No. Both were liquor. I didn't. Now, in Ash, I think it was leather,
Right.
what were those?
I don't think Pearl and Ash was ever upgraded. I don't think it was upgraded. I think she came to us, but I don't think you went through with it.
Mr. French.
Yeah, but that's the other space.
Yeah, so. So I just wondering, so it's a hospital. So licensing. That's the kind of operation. Once we're licensed, we'll be able to.
Okay.
Change. Gotta change, you know? Yes. But. So. You're saying it's not open, restaurant will be open to everybody, just so things fine.
Are there permits filed for the hotel?
Yes. So that's one of the things we say.
But with the Carter's point, I don't even understand if you get this registered.
His grandfather was an SLA.
Right, but changing it to a hotel.
That's the question is how, I'm not, because this application is for a hotel, it's not for the restaurant downstairs. So it was contrary to what this license said before, then it was the restaurants downstairs. So that's what I think we're trying to understand is we're looking at the application not as just the restaurant downstairs, but the whole building being a hotel that I don't think has any permits filed for yet, and I don't see how I just don't know why just not evaluating this as a restaurant. Why are you not applying for this as a restaurant? Let me just ask the question so I understand. Why are you not applying for this as a restaurant and then return for a hotel when the construction has at least started? I realize the SLA is backed up, and I actually think that the SLA is going to give you the license here before the hotel is going to be a hotel.
Actually,
As backed up as they may be.
it's not, but it's not just the restaurant, it's the entire building that's going to be a hotel. With the liquor authority, as you know, it's maybe 10 months. With an 18-month condition approval, there's an 18-month condition approval after that. So we're over 2 years from right now before I need to actually open this place. It's a long-term project, an expensive project.
There's no.
Yeah, so just explain to me how an existing SLA is going to be converted into a hotel, just oddly. Mostly your interior rooms, correct? So just explain how you're going to change that to a hotel. We're operating for the last, since, well, they closed in another 2020. That was operating there for about 10 or 15 years. Right, but so you're saying they're changing to a hotel, so explain to us what they're changing. Or not changing. We are maybe updating cabins. Updated like the layout, because the layout is. Right. So you're not actually changing the C of O, you're maintaining the SRO status. But the type of that is, you still only have 2 feet between the ceiling and the. I think that's all it's right. So that's an SRO, but it's not a hotel. Yeah. So that's.
I can't let success on. You can't like the hotel.
No, it's an SRO and it's not changing, and the gathering area is upstairs.
A kid, go look out into SRO.
And then to back up, on the third plan that's provided, it appears as if the spaces are in fact combined. Yes, the ground floor. Right. From my understanding is that the spaces are not currently combined. And that's not the information we shared with the community, that the spaces would be combined. What are you saying, Chloe? I'm saying that my understanding, I spoke with Michelle briefly, super briefly, and she said, Carter, want these 2 spaces before? And I said, yes. And she said, okay, because I just met with your client and he said that they're saying it's 2 separate spaces. So I mean, it's not 2 separate spaces. Well, it's one restaurant. That's what you're saying, but that's not what your client was saying to the community.
They're on the shelf. It's separate. But
If you can't file for a hotel license, then we need to work this out so we understand what exactly is being applied for. Again, I don't think there's an objection to what had been there before. I think the issue is the expansion of the uses to a combined space that's open till 4 a.m. with liquor, because I think there was just RW on one side and not the other, and it becomes a very different animal. And I think that the communities have some negative experiences with places this size in this immediate locale. And I just think that's concerning. And we need some better information before being able to weigh in on it.
But combining this in the one huge space with the entry to the upstairs, which is through the middle, and eliminating that is very different than what has been there.
Well, previously it was two spaces.
Right, but if you have a huge problem, if you combine them, and this isn't a hotel application, because the hotel entrance is through the middle.
It's through the middle.
Exactly. So. So that it was.
And then how do they get up to the hotel if there's no elevator?
This, I remember this because we discussed this during the applications that, I think it was for we talked about this quite a bit. And so there's just.
The entrance is in between the two restaurants. The
It's not-
restaurant's in the upper right in the plan.
That staircase goes to the basement.
He's looking at this.
No, my understanding was that the entrance to the hotel is right down the middle. I mean, am I wrong? No, it's top right. Is the entrance. Oh, okay, it's now top left, but okay, the top right, okay. And what's this to the center? The steps.
I think the previous guys were using it as a VIP entrance, if I'm not mistaken, because it goes past the bars.
Okay, all right. Okay, so it's a huge impact so far, I mean, I don't know who's.
If you want to show it's my best.
Yeah. So. Other confusing.
So Campo once again, meetings. I met yesterday with Mr. Wong. Sat in the which did not have an entrance to the other space. It was totally closed. Now, he told me that there would be breakfast for light breakfast for the guests, because there still is a huge kitchen in what used to be the well. But the two spaces are not combined, or should be combined, as I told him at the time. The stairs, which opened to be where guys were, which was lovely, and I guess people so but his husband in SLA, and I don't know which windows next to you. So, that's I don't know how I understand his desires to make it a hotel, but I don't think that's really a possibility. As for music, as long as it's amplified. If it's jazz, that's nice, not amplified background, or, you really want to play, not entertainment level. So that sounds really like entertainment level to me all the time. But it's very interesting. You can look at the slow. So I don't know how that is. But anyway, so that's my take on it. I told her it's outrageous. During the weekend, she like 12 stretching it to 2. That was it. And that's what the community would like. Thank you. I think well. Oh, thank you, Ralph. It's okay. Outside. Yeah.
Was Ralph Lewis, I live over 26 Barrow. And I just wanted to register as a community. I'm not really sure exactly what I was, but I saw entire building
calendar, I thought I should show up because that really freaks us out who were working on earlier. I could certainly see that was had a liquor license, and once there's a liquor license, it's hard to, deny another restaurant that. But, something encompassing of the whole building seems wrong. And I will say, Rowan Ash, the company saying you can't have this without a full liquor license. Rowan Ash had a big license. This place, and about the rest reviews and the work I've ever seen. So, people say they can't survive without a full liquor license. It is not true. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Carl Ash. Okay.
Unfortunately, they're not here. They're no longer in business with their wine and beer license. So I guess there might be merit to the argument. Now, I will suggest we put this up, only because I need more detail on the other floors that I don't have.
Okay, so you're not going to file with the liquor, come back to us.
I think I need clarification. Yeah, I've got 18 minutes.
Okay, so you'll send them something in the office. Thanks, Frank. Okay. And now we have 13 Mulberry, 122 Mulberry Street.
I know you guys.
Hi, good. Let's say, yeah, we could go to the applications. Please. Thank you. Is anything? I'll take it, yeah.
So I just need 5.
Yeah. Change.
So I think it's got 1 time first. I think it's. My name is Chen. Okay. My name is Chen. I'm in the area for the tea house located to the 122 Mulberry Street. I'm being here to upgrade for my license, be it to N1 to the fully liquor license for here. And that family restaurant, we're serving for that area almost like 20 years for my parents for there. Then for right now, my parents may trying to hire, then just got them a little bit for that. Then they told me that you have to do more cuisine and let more people come back to the area because for right now, like that generation, they just move out and they don't come back to the Chinatown, Italian area. So for right now, they're like trying, the customer, they go up. So they move to the following and they have emailed us. They told us that you guys trying to get the cuisine like the fish or the crab or anything, and that's why we think about maybe we have to do a little bit like the cocktails have the more like the Asian element inside. So that's why I've been here to upgrade for the beer and the wine license.
Okay. All right. So your hours are running the Broadway line?
Yeah, that will be after for the license. So right now we do 11 to 9 because we're mostly like drink someplace and also have the dinner for the customer.
Okay, and then just so you have 1 floor, it's 2 floors. You have a ground floor in the basement.
Yes.
Where is the bathroom?
That would be the basement.
So the bathroom's in the basement. So the patrons need to go down the stairs.
Yes.
For the bathroom. But there's no other tables downstairs also? No. So the application said that there's 1 table with 7 seats, but I don't see it on.
Yeah, that will be the end of the the back in the back. So it's like, I need for that to put in over there because the table is like three for two top. So sometimes it's like we don't use it, we just move out. But it's mostly we would have the big table or because when they want to share together. So just like
So it's past the boundaries of the kitchen on the way to the store.
Just to explain the space. Yeah, the space itself, basically after you pass the counter, there's a little short staircase that goes to a little second floor-ish, yeah, a little mezzanine. But yeah, that's his second floor.
So to Carter's point, you sent in the application the first time you came, but then nobody ever showed up.
First time?
Yeah. The first, yeah, they never been in because you never showed up.
because we got the revenues to take care of the case. So we don't get any like email or anything to have to come here. But I the first time I will go to the online meeting.
But not.
The online meeting with the correct.
Or CB2.
With that,
With CB2 or the different product.
it's like CB2, I think it's CB2, yeah.
You never that.
We don't receive any like second kind of schedule, so that's the second time I got the schedule.
Like in 2019, you sent every
2019?
not 2019, in 2023.
Yeah.
That show up to the meeting. So we never heard this application originally. We never came for community group two. We never came here. No one came here.
Okay.
On this application.
Yeah.
So we didn't have an opportunity to weigh in on it. And the local authority, I guess, gave you the license, which they shouldn't have done without having us weigh in on it, but, and so, yeah, so that was a year later. Well, it's tonight. So it's still Russian. Yeah.
So basically, the application previously was the LT house, and then the concept was just those little mini barns with some meat inside, right? And then they complemented it with the beer and wine. The business, I guess, hasn't done well. Yeah, like 2 to 3 months ago, we changed our concept, which is the photographs we find inside the digital. So now it's got mass, so whatever it is, that happened around 2 to 3 months ago. So
There's like we don't change the concept. You can see the menu. So we're not saying that we change the concept. Our concept is come from my parents. So it's like we combine the concept. Things like for our the menu, we serving for like the morning. Yeah, then my parents say so you got a long term because you after 7, you're gonna have the main dish, you're gonna have the food for another customer who want to have the dinner. So that's why my parents say, why you don't do just like combine them? So you can provide for the dinner a little bit for the customer who want to have them for the place, right? So that's why we change a little bit, like the concept is combined. Yeah, because my parents still have the restaurant for the Chinatown for right now. They for the rural place. So that's why we learn for the we have the recipe for them. Oh, okay, sorry about that.
So the name has changed, it sounds like, if I understand that, during the sort of the same with the bands.
Yeah,
that you're looking to expand the.
Yeah.
then cocktails
Yeah.
in the evening.
Correct.
And stay later because that, well, because we don't know whether, I mean, we can do whatever we want to be because we didn't hear them before. But we don't know.
So right now we still follow for the before like the 11 to 9 p.m. We got extension for to to long term.
Okay.
So we are really always follow for the the community. So the best store is that because we are the fan for the labor and also for the vendor for the like the business owner, then we ask them so what time you guys close and what time you guys open. So they give the time side. They have the two different official time. The first thing they have the summer time, they also have the winter time. So if they close for the winter for 10 p.m., we close for 10 p.m. So we don't want to bounce the neighbors. Follow them. If they close for the 10 p.m. for the winter, or close the 10 p.m. Yeah. We don't want to the power for anybody.
So they're staying around the same time.
And by they got the special things because I'm not sure you guys know for the past 2 weeks ago they have the St. So they I be there like almost 3 years long time I be there. So they open to 11 for the morning to 1 p.m. 1 a.m. for the midnight, right? So we follow them. So everything we just follow for the neighbor.
You're also selling stuff out through your window, right? Yes, I'm starting to know you're selling wine through the window.
For the beer and wine for the window. We only get the customer inside. Outside we only get the buns and the dish to go. That's it. We don't have anything for outside.
It's that's a whole other part of the thing. It's called open service. You can't serve through that window. Right.
Yeah, we don't.
And also, you can drink specials only for ladies. I mean, it's $20 for 6 beers. I mean, these are the types of things that
We don't.
So, I don't know the type of cocktails that you have.
That's the different thing I can tell is like that it's for the cocktail things I really call in Chinese they call the tea cocktail. Meaning so in Chinese people they have the baijiu. And maybe like somebody heard about that. It's like the kind of soju. In Japanese they call it sake. And Korean they call it soju. But there is like around like 15 to the 18% alcohol in there. Then mostly for the tea, the different type of tea to infuse for the soju. Then there will be have a little bit spicy or a little bit like a different flavor in the layer over there. So that's why we're using that to doing our cocktail because we don't have the fully license for that. So we cannot really selling the whiskey, gin, or anything like that. So mostly just like trying to infuse something by ourselves to close the tasting.
I guess my concern is that this location, I don't know if it's operated by your family before, is not followed any of the typical way of applying for a liquor license. When it was Tipsy Shanghai, we did this, they never came before us. Then we had to go back and address this at the very last minute. This return for the Bureau line application in 2023. And it just seems that the style of service here is going to a bar and a cheap bar with all you can drink stuff and things that aren't particularly helpful in our experience when you have really low cost alcohol going with regular food. It's not a restaurant, it's much more of a bar. In fact, I think that this is a bar license because you don't have a full kitchen in preparing this. So it's just a little bit of a concern when you see things like, you can drink ladies only, 6 beers for $20. That's not typically what you'd find. And it's focusing on alcohol consumption, which is sort of contrary to what the whole framework of the liquor laws in the state. So it's a little, it's difficult to understand this, and I don't think anybody here, I don't know, Anthony, if you've been there, if that bathroom is actually accessible in the basement. There's always an open question, but I don't think anybody here has gone there. It's a staircase. Right, but it is like, okay, yeah. You know, so I just bring this up, so it's a little bit hard, and the application's already been filed, so I just, you know, it's a lot of issues here that not necessarily wrong or wrong, but there are things that they have, you know, that we have concerns about. I'm not keeping. Yeah, but the problem here is that you're not licensed, and so you're not doing things. Well, we don't allow anybody else to do because you still us up front. So that puts us in a really awkward position now because you're coming back and you're like, I want to do these things. It's like, you're doing a lot of things in the other way. Since you skipped us, you're still doing them. It's like, I'm like, what do I do with this? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I got a question inside because first time we go to the online, I mean, for the online, right? Community board is not, I remember that because I know that. Right? That's the things from my side, I'm not saying your side, I'm just saying my side because I don't get any like announcement for that. Even my lawyer, even do the email say, oh, you have to go to the community board second time. I don't get anything about that. This is the second time I got them because they send me the email and everything. So that's why I prepare for this. I bring the file copy for here. So that's the things I got, all the information I have for right now.
All right, okay. This side. Now you're moving something. So we can do different things that we expect.
Yeah. Yeah. But I don't know really what to say about it.
I think the thing maybe we need to value that it's a different brand.
License, yeah, right. Yeah, the public interest of that because nobody ever came here before, we never evaluated it before. And we've had the license since not that long, I think. Oh, yeah, okay.
I mean, I think that the issues are still going to come down to the same issues, which are just simply all the cheaper alcohol side of things. That's the concern. Right. I mean, that's what it is, right? I mean, I think nobody is suggesting that just as he says that he's been operating just like he told us he would, except for San Gennaro. So, you know, I don't think that that's the problem. You know, we wouldn't have had a problem at that time with it. I think that the reason they had to go back again, it's always been about this bathroom in the basement. This is like we went through this with Tipsy Shanghai a whole bunch of times. I remember Ely was dealing with this, and then to hear that's been the standing issue, not
The bathroom.
Right, is the bathroom, not the other things. But I think that here the concern is that you know, this is well, you know, as we've seen over the years, when we have a whole bunch of inexpensive alcohol and whatever, you know, unlimited means, I don't know that becomes the.
I mean, separate social excellence, so we have drinks or food drink specials or that sort of thing, so.
And it's in the unlimited drinks or advertised is not legal. You actually can't have unlimited drinks in New York State unless it's accompanied with food. So food has to be a part of that, and that's in the guidance from the liquor authority.
Okay, I will change it. I will take it down for all the advertising about that. If I go for the things, I will totally take it down that.
Oh.
The second building, I don't know, that I'm always sure about it, this is, so I think I think that is when you come down, there's a bit of rid of all the specials.
Yeah, I will take it out. And all the special things, yeah.
Ladies and fifteen. Okay. Well, 6 years, which we're giving those for the ladies.
Yeah, very nice. I know. I just want to let you guys know that I'm not sure what's the cartel mean for you guys.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. So I just want to make sure. So for the definition for the cartel meaning is that, for my understanding, it's just like maybe like wine, like the same, right? You know, the wine plus the orange juice. That's for the cartel owner. It's cartel, right?
Why?
No, I mean the cider plus orange juice.
What's that?
My concern here is that my concern here is that it's not really clear what's happening. It's not what's in the photographs here is that to becoming specials and it becomes about drinking. And sort of way to just get more cash flow going through the place, and that's particularly adding further licenses and not styles, not particularly helpful because it's up to all restaurants. None of this is a few dollars or less, but then restaurant. So I guess that's my concern, and I don't see like to be a particular plan of something. It seems like it can sustain moving hours. I mean, the business doesn't get help to stay open until midnight because we have.
Yeah, it's like sorry about that. We don't say we have to open to the midnight. So that's a plan. So if we upgrade to the full license, right? As I said at the beginning, I say I will follow for the next door, I mean for the neighbor. So all the business open later or close soon, I will follow them. I'm not being to the different for the neighbor. I'm not trying to borrow for the neighbor. So if the question the owner told me they will close for the 10 p.m. for the weekend. Yeah. Yeah, I just follow them. So if they close early, I just close early. So that's the things I'm doing.
I guess I'm just why your third license in order to conduct them.
I think it's very because my customer they get older and mostly they be there for the dinner. They trying to have a different drinks. So now things as you said, we need the cash flow because we are doing the business. So I cannot say I'm not. I doing the business. I need the profit to maintain them, and I got an employee over there, right? So if I just need the beer and wine, if I cannot survive them, so why I have to open for the business? And my parents may have the business question, right? So they told us, if you're doing the business, we have to think about it. You are not the only person being there. You have to think about your other team. You have the people, employees to survive over there. So try best to do and to support them. So if I shout in the beer and wine as the guy, gentleman before I just want to do the cafe. Sell the cafe, beer, wine, that's it, and doing the very job, it's okay. It's easy part, but we're not doing well. So we almost close down. I will pay the high rent over there. So that's the way I trying to survive on.
So I guess my question though is.
That's the day.
You're not selling more drinks if you have a full liquor license. Yeah. Well, you're not because everybody's still only drinks the same amount. You're not, people don't drink more. You have offerings available. It doesn't change the dynamic of everybody eats what most normal people are today. You know, this is that's what people bring so many drinks. And if you
I think it's like most people go to the website, you got more option, right? You don't spend money. If you get more option, you too. And we got the customer. We got a regular customer for my parents' the restaurant. But they don't have the option for there. So sometimes they be there, they're asking why you don't do this, why you don't do this. So we just try to give them more option. So we think we can do better because we learn from here, we go out from here. Why we cannot doing like serve more better for the community? Right? It's like if you say, oh, you don't do anything, so anything cannot go.
the things that this comes up is there's almost every single store that denies a full liquor license. And that's how it's a cap.
Yeah, doing a different cuisine. I'm not saying we are different. We're just doing a different cuisine, and we're serving the different customer. And I think the marketing is going to because they have the different the type of food and the people. They want to have the different food and different cuisine. It's not only like, oh, that's the I know that is the Italian cuisine, the whole show. Why we cannot be only the one for the Asian cuisine to play?
Yeah, we just did not have liquor licenses.
Yeah, but
I would do is one of the most densely licensed areas. You know, in community, I guess is more than China.
I think that would be the same I say because okay, Italian cuisine make noodles, right? Pasta. So for the Asian, we also have the noodle. We can have the soup, we can have the stir fry, we can have the toast noodle. Right? I got the ketchup. So they using the gin, water, anything, they make like the Western type style. We can make more like the Asian style, like Japanese, Korean, Chinese, and different things for them. So we just provide more options for customers who that area. They say, oh, maybe tonight I try more Western. I go to the Italian bar. It's okay. So I really it's like an option. Okay, I really tired for the Western cuisine. I went to the Chinese bar.
Okay, but I don't think there are many of those places allow you to drink specials.
What's that?
Most of those places don't have.
So it's still like take down for the early can drink. So it's just like the promotion for the like the grand over. It's not meaning we have to keep it over there, right? We can take it down. So if you say, oh, that is illegal, okay, we'll just take it down. We'll just like explaining the food.
I think one of the Carter's point, just expanding the alcohol without the expansion of a broader menu. I don't know how many more people just come in. It looks like we're looking to turn this more into a bar with the full liquor instead of the liquor as just something that goes with the meal. You know, you're looking to have more cocktails, especially with the drink specials and everything. And I think that's what the concern is that's being raised.
So I know you guys have the concern. For right now, my family have the 5 restaurants in town, downtown baking, so we got a lot of like the recipe. But for them, we're just trying to, as you say, we just got small kitchen over there. We cannot do all like a lot of things over there. So that's why we're trying to do seasonal. For right now, maybe we don't have that much. But for the winter, we try to have the sugar mini hot pot over there and to provide for the customer. They come back to try our food. And also we will bring like the
liquor license, the wine license isn't good enough. No.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Thank you so much.
I see no one else from the room, but just to say it, Talum LLC, 183 Grand, next to the Broadway, nobody showed up, nobody's here for it. So I don't see anybody picking out of the corner on it. So we'll just take a break, We're on the business session. Any new business? Anybody in that? No? Okay.
I'm going to they did basically build a Sunday. No, that's going to be my case. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to use the first month pay money for that because this year, on what previous.
Excuse me? What?
Ordinarily, I would spend their money. I would spend my project.
They're not pretty.
Yeah. Unless.
The down way to start like.
Go on.
It's a managers.
Oh,
Have a meeting
I
with-
did not get to see us. Right. For the fairs and the. That's nice, but I don't spray it, so I don't, I mean, it's
Basically.
like not.
Actually, I don't think. It's not gonna need it now, so, okay.
That's fine. What that intended?
Do you know what kind they are?
No, they're good.
Yeah.
They're kind of.
We turn up the volume.
American.
Okay.
Yeah, and so, but our, and once, for some reason, it's that.
Oh,
But he.
did you ever get new microphones?
Yes.
Because I was gonna say that, you know. if-
These are the new ones.
Okay, yeah. Because if we got something that had like all on the same, it might solve.
Yeah, but
issues.
getting a microphone system
Yeah.
is, as much as we spend. It's crazy expensive. Yeah, it's logarithmic. By the way, it came from a meeting where they couldn't get the audio to work, and I was incredibly empathetic. So
What's that?
I just came from a meeting where they couldn't get the audio to work, and I was incredibly empathetic.
Yeah. I don't want to.
All right. So
I'm not opposed.
It's not. And one of the known things, you can just try to pump it up. You can get this is now. Okay.
I'm never been able to remember, like. This is nothing.
Okay, so the first one is the Principe. He is setting our 1 hour. Yeah, and we get. The more of this, like, we're not having the one.
Although it.
No, so in the last, just the way the stipulation are written. Is that. We'll have no more than an hour for 2 private events per month.
Okay.
All private. Yes. All private events will take place in the shelter space only. No private events on the ground.
Usually, they could have. Season have to be only 24. 2 months.
It might mean an average of 2 a month, and that an average of 2 a month.
Right.
But, I mean, it's Christmas party. No more than 24.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that, but I'm just saying.
No more than 2 a month.
So that's the.
Awesome. Yeah, and I didn't think that. So just the hours change and.
Well, they won't change.
They want to. Because.
Yeah. Change it, because that's what they said. They're very concerned. They're not gonna see anybody else. So they wanted to change it.
Well, it seems that people are saying out there. Yeah.
They can't, because it's not enough business. All their reservations, keep all this. Which is why I want to spend it. You know, but keeping everybody there.
Okay, so they won't change the advertising. It's interesting, which are currently. Which are, right, X and M. Is everybody okay with that? So we're. 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're the 9. Yes, yeah. While we were working, one of the that they put in. Day, and I have one of them here. So, this is the barn,
The guy that's over it.
this is the barn. And that is. Good news in the band, so. I still like, you know, but the 12 private. They do it today.
And on the yard.
Well, Saturday. 10 p.m. or. We can see Christmas marketing in the yard.
I just want to.
Yeah.
I know. We had something. We had asked them to do something.
No, it is.
We were very clear.
The music is fine. Silence. Solution, jazz. We're saying it.
Yeah.
We're smoking.
No TV in the
back. Yes, also it's.
Right. That
Should
should be all. Yeah. And remove the street ones. Right.
All the.
Also, we had proposed.
Okay. So that was. Used to even. So, yeah. Twenty-three on the side part of the building. It's 59. The total.
So if they not only need to get a involved with it, right? But also.
So is there anything else put on information?
Yeah, that's right. It's still.
It's accessible to the street. So is there anything that
Only seen at 124 feet. And that they need about. I mean, you come down, people block like short, you get it, you know, it's a. That's really the. Only have it, you.
or regular? Right. It won't be the way it is. Okay. So that's that. And the next one is the,
It's not going to be overall. Basically, you know, the governor.
I know.
You know, I'm trying to get back to the law, and it's something like this about the government disappointment. That's the point.
okay, so we're denying last, yeah. Okay. Things 39 or.
Looks good. Yeah, with the changes. Yeah. I appreciate it.
Just an FYI, I moved them to this committee, it's been normally be on number 2, but Anthony has also reached out before our meeting last month, and it said that he was going to Japan, and it was already booked and everything else, and I said, the applicant should really get a picture of early. Yeah. Okay, the next one would be $2. Well, yeah, that's exactly it. So we're denying that. Yeah. And the next one. Well, wait, this one was.
I think she's taken most of the stuff. I mean, the last time. Right here after. And it's true what this. But me, that they are it's very minimal, like.
Very, well, never feel that non, never have a road that, never have a sidewalk, never. This years, when you went to get coached. And she might have gotten, like, the floors and lower. And she was, and she's already there. Don't think the sandwich shop one way or the other. Yeah.
The interesting thing is, I think that most. Like, she's the only one. That, commercial business, and none of those. So, they're more than that. So,
Right.
if anything.
It's gonna be
you
clear.
know,
Yeah. It reminds me a little bit of my old temp job. They.
I do think that. Clear. The early closing hours at the not. If she failed, somebody's gonna come in. And be looking for a labor hour more. So one of the things actually with the stipulation is to, you can put in there in respects. The other, sorry, perhaps. And then.
And how do we address it? It was to be like,
Well, no, there's nothing. So. And then the other thing. Is the, sorry, so it's president, which is real, on it.
what's early in the morning?
If staff. Because those are the main complaints that we hear from places. It's one of the people did bring it up. But I think that it's like it's all that. Right? And there's always something. This falls in some. Even with other staffers. Yeah, they did not apply for 2 hours. You might say 2 hours a day to the job.
Or deny us. Yeah. Yeah. Don't say that.
There you go.
No. Yeah. But if you have like an instant fire. That's the thing. Fire, then.
Oh, look at this.
Keep in mind, we have a camera. I don't mind.
What the hell in the end was that? Still not very clear. What are the hours of the city? So yeah, so by way of history, on this spot, liquor side. Machine with what? You know, they have. Yeah, the road. It's over. So they just. Or me and bring it, so I. They start to lot of movement. Whatever it is, and then they're serving out. Those are all the issues, but there's only one. If they don't have it. 4 weeks. That's the money today. Issues. Right. Either way, it's not gonna be an issue. You know, even if we have. So I don't think we want to. I think that what we want to focus on is. The day whatever. You sign. Well, I don't, they can never get. And I think so they said you need to have to over. Yeah. The first thing when they have 8 a.m. to 11, very long. Day is right. You know, the places like that, businesses at 8 in the morning. Like everybody thinks that it's 4 p.m. Yeah, because most places can't do all right. Like, I had some citizens. I had a life in the Bronx. Oh, yeah. That's right. Is it just you? What? So it's 8 to 11. Now, yeah, I'm gonna wait this. We're gonna. They can have it. Maybe we want to discuss. Because there's a chance. An agreement. That. And having to do this later. Makes sense. This. Or that. See, but here's the thing, it's a big thing. But then. You know, I personally. The people, the blocks. Not tell me about. But I meant it to me. Do we think that the one, the lot who wrote that? Okay, so, okay. In that case, there's not the same thing. And this will county. I mean, you know. Is I just able to see here. I don't think so. I mean, I think you can add. All right. I think we didn't have. Susan Carter changed his level. It's a part of and it doesn't matter. Relay with this again. So John, if I remove the garbage from the road bed within the week, But was that?
Yeah. Why don't I do this? Why don't I say if they have any future outdoor seating, if it's permitted all. Maybe I read that stipulation in there that says that they can back up this or that, and that way then we. You know. Yeah, but it's more clear than that,
So-
because when what?
Yes. So me too. I mean, across the street is. It isn't a lot.
No.
It's. So it's gonna parking.
Yeah, Marcus, like,
Or in church. That is where you want to.
yeah.
I've seen a few things where. It's. Yeah, well, that's right. We still don't know anything. But maybe that's.
What? Yeah, from one to the other. Sometimes they get, if I have to tip on it, change in these, they have to turn. That's what I would say.
Because we agree that.
Because we agree, but this one, I'm gonna.
Moving the car. You should.
I think we could work better stuff.
Mark, you haven't heard anything about waivers of emergency.
I know that it exists. I know that it's not on the application form itself. They won't tell us that. I asked my fire department liaison guy about it, and he said it's kind of not his department.
And if you.
Say again?
It's a metro tech, it's not a.
Correct. It's a, yeah, if that's, yes, that's right.
And you haven't heard anything from the other community.
We haven't talked about it a lot, but no, I have not.
Okay. So that's that, so we're denying rest. The next. I mean, the traffic. Yeah. I mean, it's beer and wine, and like. No plan. It's so neat.
Yeah.
Yes. 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 It's too bad the daughter is the one who is the principal on the application. Well, that's.
So the most.
Yeah. Well, that insurance, I'm not sure whether the attorney wouldn't speak to him or didn't speak to him, he was having a hard time. Yeah, because the hard road, no. I think it'd be very opinionated. Yes, you know, and but I just want to say it did happen. So it wasn't that he had, he had no.
So the concern is typically, typically, You have to. Been there. The only thing I think is because his decision like yeah, you go to any fight, you gotta go through that. I was very problem shooting and keep it.
So, the Lord that, I mean, you know, about third works.
I just feel bad because I think he saw. Yeah. He's gonna do all this.
And that one, he has that.
Yeah, then I have no 1 AM, question mark.
Yeah, you can say about you know, as it's gotten colder, they did their, you know, some places that they go to outside, like say the people who are out and smoking. They're
Yeah.
bringing out the print, sitting on the table, drinking, and I'm like, this is not really after that, this is in around.
Yes. Okay, so we're denying. We're denying much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it sounded like you wanted a little. You want to do it. I don't understand.
Oh, what you bring up there?
I'll give them two, but they have that.
No, I wouldn't get it.
I mean, why would they need more?
No.
How about? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I think argument. They are successful. They have. Conversation to be had here, but I don't think that.
Yeah.
And because I think they have fun. So. They are also busy. And it's true, I mean, if you read, I mean, like, so busy. I'm sure that they're. It's and that's, you know, so they, yeah, and for them. And I think it's now, you know, they take it. That's why I knew some people would could be. Like, or, but that doesn't mean, you know, even if you would say free, you know, DJ. And I think that's what they're doing. They seem to enjoy. We didn't even know about. Just starting. Well, Gigi and Mulberry. They never had a stipulation from the ones. It's the same with the ones.
So, yeah. I mean, I would just say, I think this is different. I mean, you have to say, somebody, the same thing, they're not gonna stay here. They're not gonna be here.
It would. You know, if it's just.
No.
I mean, it's.
Okay. It's 3 o'clock, make it there.
Would not.
Kathy, what are you?
Did I want to say what? What did I say?
No.
People been here a long time in my book. I think Brian is an extraordinary thing in our people that part of the state where it might be appropriate. I think the idea that I think Brian should be rare and extraordinary in an area that's been developed.
I agree. Yeah.
Dave support. Say, this is, they did do this
They put up.
and. And that's what. You know, after, talking about it 7 days a week, it's a little. But. I do think that you have the business. Again, don't think that this. Work.
Is this the? Yeah.
You said.
Oh, yeah. So, just to be clear, Dr. Platt was a partner. Right. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Are you okay with the agent? Is there, some people who are oriented on the country?
That's why I was suggesting. And this is gonna be very hard.
Well, why does it mean it's part of closing and then they come out onto the sidewalk and it leads it to 14 or 4:30. Wait a minute, and at least it'll be 2. Even 3. They don't adhere to the rest wall. And then we set that hangs out in trees. You don't know. All right, so that's the answer.
If it's Saturday and Sunday, not Thursday. They want Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Want Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
One. You don't get it.
Yeah, because Thursday's still school. Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
Who's that for? Yeah, and otherwise, I will go back to the state, or we're gonna be free, Fridays. Yes, yeah. There should be lots of, I think we should get them free.
I think we should all.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm concerned.
Yeah. Okay, 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock,
You think SLA give them more?
I don't know, I mean, it's by the time it would be. I'm just concerned if they give them something. What the.
and nobody's not. I mean, that's.
There's a sign. And I think that the security is, they're not. For security.
But yeah.
But
So what's the search?
So we're proposing 3 AM close. Sunday, this is what they got, Sunday to Wednesday, and 3 a.m. for Thursday, Friday. Yeah, why don't we just do it? Not-
And the other. It was.
Right.
This is a little.
Okay, so, okay, is that correct? Nobody else is against that? Yeah, we might. Yeah. Then we have, like, salary.
Now.
Yeah, absolutely.
They don't allow you.
What is that? For the hospital? Yeah.
No, us, idea, the whole thing was for international students.
They have.
I didn't know that they did, that's new to me, I didn't know that they didn't take New York.
Yeah.
That was the concept.
That's very strange, because, people in the United States, you know, keeping people in the hospitals and they'll come to. That's for.
One of the concerns. Well, one of the concerns.
That's what they don't want people from New York.
Yeah.
Can't take it down. These things, and I think this, you didn't answer my question, but I think they may have displaced all. of it.
No, those guys.
And started camps here, I think.
Well, this is, you know, it's there that it's not. I haven't seen yours. Is it individual? I know that probably. All right. Well, no, they have.
They must have each one, yeah, they were.
I'm not. Putting it in.
Well.
We'll see what's later.
I have a feeling that. Way.
What name is it? Sir?
Yeah.
Yes. We do that.
Okay, okay. There's one more, okay.
With this, I just don't feel. Basically, the whole vow thing.
Yeah.
He had no business, he had no business. And then, you know, I'm walking down the bridge to this thing, I wrote, hey. Yeah. He's there. That's what it is. Then. It's just. It's not a, no, it's just not. It's not a good indicator because it's not. You can't say drive with food. I mean, generally, with a. The menu that's in. You're more sense.
Yeah. Not that dinner.
There's a sewer.
Why don't we, why bad behavior when they will. Another guy.
Well,
Soccer teams.
Well, I gotta say, you know, when he was pressed on that, he answered everything. Yeah. You know, right. Made it a very good time. Look, my concern though is that he seems to think this is. We know that it's work. And because then we have already another approved license.
His parents, I think, owned it.
And only the ones that are only principal.
This.
Yeah.
So what do we do? Like,
Denial of yes.
That's what
What's the name?
Maybe you should just lower it down.
that. I think
Yes, yeah. Check the level.
That's right.
I mean, that's, when I walk by today, oh, they're like 5, 15. Yeah, that's the same impression. That's my concern. And if it's food driven, then what's the sales? Buy that. You think it's a lot of today? Other 7 days, right? We could be kind of above many of that. What I like. Yeah. All you can drink.
Yeah.
You won't have anything to run the cheaper one.
Donna make this is.
Yeah. It's not more than. I think it should be no all you can drink.
Yeah.
No ladies.
And I think that. Students.
Discrimination.
More than. There's a law.
Those days when you get the ladies.
I'm just a little. But this is.
I don't know officially what they close out.
Well, we're gonna do this tomorrow. I'm just, so this is, accommodating this.
Yes.
No.
The only thing is, it's walking out, so just saying, tonight, this change in the thing with the 30-day notices, and if it's send their applications in at the same time, is becoming a problem.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start to keep track of them, because this is like the second one, it's filed, for the third, one, then it's filed, and.
So what do I come here?
Well, you can still weigh in on it, but, so, we might get some last minute things added in, if the office is gonna start asking, have they already filed their application? I'm gonna keep looking for like ones that are sitting in November now, before the next meeting, and see if I need to add something in, because I don't want to lose the ability for it to be.
And
But it's a problem.
so you think it will be on November?
No, they're saying it's not, it's like 3 months, and then it won't be on my report last year, I think it was. And, we had to hurry up with that, and they couldn't work it out in the community because they'd already. I mean, so now, we have a do that actually, reflect what they're submitting now, because they take it down and rear. They took down their area, and they got rid of their residents, so they did everything that we sort of wanted them to do.
And then, because the policy change is the one made by a board of people appointed by, the governor who disappoints me so.
Take it, we're adjourned.
We're sure.